My name is Catherine. Today we've got an intermediate level lesson for you. If you're interested in buying furniture for your house, you should like this lesson.
Exactly. We are going to talk about a ton of different furniture items that you can get to decorate your house to make it all nice.
So we're going to talk about a lot of vocabulary today. Pay attention while you're listening to some of the pieces of furniture that we talk about. We'll be back in a moment to talk more about them.
How about this floor lamp?
Fine, just get it. We have been shopping for furniture for 5 hours. I'm so tired.
We still need to find an armoire and a dresser.
Fine. I'm going to go home and drop off this nightstand, coffee table, and love seat while you look for the rest of the things.
Great. Pick me up in about an hour, because I think I'll also get a beanbag and a dining set.
While you're at it, can you pick up a nice recliner? I really want one so I can watch TV.
Recliner? In my beautifully decorated living room? I don't think so.
All right, we're back. So now what we're going to do is, since we have so much vocab, we're going to take a look at this language in two parts. So now let's go to language takeaway part 1.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so everyone's heard of a lamp, a light. This is something that you use to read in the dark, for example, to see in the dark. But in this case, we have a floor lamp. Floor lamp. So this is a lamp you put on the floor.
Yes, exactly. So usually this lamp would be a lot taller. It'll maybe be like a meter taller, 1.5 meters maybe.
Okay, so for example, in your living room next to your sofa, you might have a very tall floor lamp. This allows you to get more light in the room.
Right. So sometimes, the center light in your living room is not enough. You want maybe more light in the corners. You get a little floor lamp. Okay, so that's the first item. Now that we go to the bedroom, we are getting an armoire.
Okay, an armoire. This is kind of like a wardrobe. It's a piece of furniture we use to keep clothes in, but usually they're hanging clothes.
Okay, so a closet is usually inside a wall, right?
Right. So a closet's a part of your house. It's not furniture.
Right. So an armoire is the same as a closet, but it's not in the house, like in the walls. It's outside. It's a piece of furniture. It's a big box.
Yeah, I could pick it up and move it.
Okay.
Yes. So an armoire is a tall place to keep clothing. Usually you hang your clothes. You hang your shirts and your dresses and your coats.
And moving on, we have a dresser. Now, this seems pretty straightforward. To get dressed, you have a dresser.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but there is a big difference here between an armoire and a dresser. A dresser is usually drawers. So you keep your sweaters, your shirts, your socks, your underwear in a dresser.
Okay. So an armoire, as you said, usually you hang your shirts or your pants. It's for hanging stuff only. A dresser is you have different drawers where you can put your socks, your boxer shorts, and any other things that you keep.
Exactly.
Okay. Very good. So two very handy words, and that's what makes the difference between a closet. So many people say, oh, well, it's just a closet. Well, a closet's different.
No, a closet is actually part of your house. It's a part of the wall. Maybe it has a door. There's a big difference there.
Okay. So moving on, we have a nightstand that's also usually in the bedroom.
That's right. So I always wondered, why is it called a nightstand and not a day stand? Well, a nightstand, it makes sense. It usually has a lamp on it, a light on it. And so when you're in bed and you want to read, you have a nightstand next to you to put your lamp so you can turn the lamp on. Usually I also keep my books here. So when I'm reading, I put my books down, then I go to sleep. Some people also keep their glasses and their alarm clock on a nightstand.
Okay.
It's a small table that stands next to your bed.
Very good. And our last word for language takeaway part 1, we have a coffee table.
Okay, so with the coffee table, Marco, we're moving back into the living room. And in the living room, you have a sofa, you have some chairs. You need a table. But you don't want a big table. You want a small table or a very short table. This is a coffee table.
It's called a coffee table. I'm not really sure why. I guess because if you're having coffee in the living room, this is where you put the coffee.
That's right. And we even have something called coffee table books. These are big, beautiful books, hardback books that have many pictures that you put on your coffee table to look nice.
It's not for you to read all the time.
Well, I read them, but it's more important to use these books to look nice. Yes.
And this is interesting though, because in many other countries, they're not really called a coffee table. So a direct translation wouldn't really help you in many cases.
No.
Like I think in Chinese, it's called a tea table, not a coffee table.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Or like I know in Spanish, it's just called a center table.
Okay. So this is basically the low table you have in your living room next to your sofa, in front of your sofa actually, so you can have tea or coffee and read books.
Or put your feet up while you're watching TV.
Not in my house when I was a kid.
All right, so now why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be returning a little bit with more vocab.
How about this floor lamp?
Fine, just get it. We have been shopping for furniture for 5 hours. I'm so tired.
We still need to find an armoire and a dresser.
Fine. I'm going to go home and drop off this nightstand, coffee table, and love seat while you look for the rest of the things.
Great. Pick me up in about an hour, because I think I'll also get a beanbag and a dining set.
While you're at it, can you pick up a nice recliner? I really want one so I can watch TV.
Recliner? In my beautifully decorated living room? I don't think so.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway part 2.
Language takeaway.
Coming up, we have one of my favorite phrases in the English language. I don't know why I like it so much, but it is a great name for a piece of furniture.
A love seat.
Love seat.
Okay.
Okay.
So it sounds very romantic.
It does.
Seat.
Well, think about a sofa. A sofa can be very large. You can have 4 or 5 people on a sofa.
Right.
But a love seat is a small sofa for 2 people.
Okay. So that's what makes the difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a sofa, but only 2 people can sit on this.
That's right. So if it's a big sofa, it's not a love seat.
And what about if it's one, because usually sofa sets, you have a love seat, a big one, and you have one, sometimes an individual one. Do you just call that a chair?
Yep. A chair.
A chair. Okay.
Exactly. We'll come to it in a minute. There's a special kind of chair that it might be, but we're not quite there yet. First, we have another kind of chair, which is very special and reminds me a lot of the 1970s.
Right. We have a bean bag, and this is actually a piece of furniture that's still very popular in many places. And it's called a bean bag because it's a huge bag that is filled with beans.
Right, beans or something soft. And when you sit on it, it looks like a ball, but when you sit on it, it can change shape.
Right, it molds to what shape you are.
And usually they're very light. And a lot of times, I hate to say it, a lot of times bachelors' apartments have these.
That's right. It's actually very cheap piece of furniture, and it's comfortable. Sometimes if you're watching TV, you can just sit on your beanbag and watch TV. Even I know some people may, fall asleep on a beanbag as guests.
I've never slept on, well, maybe once, but I don't remember sleeping on a beanbag. I imagine it's quite uncomfortable.
Yeah,
but,
for your back. But moving on, after a beanbag, which is a good and informal piece of furniture, we have a dining set, which is a lot nicer.
Okay, dining set. All right, so a dining set has many pieces. You have a dining room table.
Right.
And you have chairs. So a set is basically a collection of a table and chairs together.
Sometimes I think it will also include some type of piece of furniture that's next to the dining table where you can keep your plates and you can keep your teacups and all that. What's that called?
That's called a buffet. And that's basically, it's like a dresser for your dining room.
Right, exactly.
It's got like drawers and stuff for your plates, your cups, like you said. And it's next to the dining room table. But the dining room set or the dining set is for the dining room. It's the table where you eat dinner.
Okay, very good. And now moving on to that special chair that I am a big fan of. It's very comfortable to sit on, and it's called a recliner.
Recliner. So we have a word here, recline. It means to lie back, to put your head back, to get comfortable. So a recliner is a chair that you can change the shape of to make you lie down flat. So, when you sit down, you're sitting. But what if you want to lie down in a chair? This chair lets you do that.
And it also, from the bottom part where your feet are, a little thing pops up so you can rest your feet on top of this little extension of the chair.
Okay, so it has a built-in footrest.
Footrest, exactly. So it's very comfortable. It's very popular. If you ever watched the series Friends,
Oh, yeah.
they have the recliners. It's very comfortable to watch sports, for example. You have your beer.
Joey has his recliner.
Right.
And remember when Joey and Chandler lived together? They have the two recliners
Yeah.
in front of the TV. Those chairs are recliners,
Yeah.
and they're very, very popular.
Actually, I think in the United States, they're very commonly known by the brand Lazy Boy.
That's right. There's a brand. It's not a kind of furniture, but it's the name of the brand. It's Lazy Boy, and they're very, very famous. You're right, Marco,
Right.
for their reclining chairs.
Exactly. So, Lazy Boys, you may hear it, but the real word for it is called a recliner. So, a lot of interesting pieces of furniture there. I think our house is going to look amazing. So, why don't we go back and listen to the dialogue one last time?
How about this floor lamp?
Fine, just get it. We have been shopping for furniture for 5 hours. I'm so tired.
We still need to find an armoire and a dresser.
Fine. I'm going to go home and drop off this nightstand, coffee table, and love seat while you look for the rest of the things.
Great. Pick me up in about an hour, because I think I'll also get a beanbag and a dining set.
While you're at it, can you pick up a nice recliner? I really want one so I can watch TV.
Recliner? In my beautifully decorated living room? I don't think so.
All right, we're back. So, talking about furniture, it's very interesting. How do you take it home? What do you do? And in this case, they were transporting it themselves. And the guy said, I'm going to go home and drop off this nightstand, coffee table, and love seat. So, to drop off.
Okay, this is a great verb, to drop off. It's a verbal phrase, so the preposition there is off, not on.
Right.
So I could say, for example, Marco, I'm just going to drop off my bag at home and then I'll meet you guys for dinner. That means I'm going to go to my house and put down my bag and then I'll leave. So to drop off is basically to go somewhere so you can put something in that place. But it doesn't mean that you're going to go to that place and stay there.
Right. So if I say I'm going to drop off the kids at school, that means I'm going to take the kids and leave them at school and then go away.
It doesn't mean you're going to school yourself.
Right, exactly.
So can you drop off the laundry at the dry cleaners, please?
Very good. So I'm going to take the laundry to the dry cleaners, leave it there, and then go somewhere else.
So what happens at 3 o'clock when the kids are still at school?
That's right. Now we use the opposite verbal phrase, and that is to pick up.
Okay, drop off, pick up.
So you go pick up the kids, you go pick up the laundry.
So this isn't just about picking something up from a table or the ground. You can actually use your car to pick something up.
Right. You go and retrieve it.
So I'm going to the post office to pick up my package.
Very good. So phrases that you're going to have to use if you're talking about furniture, if you're talking about buying something. And while we're on the topic, I know that one of the most popular places to buy furniture is IKEA. Are you a big fan of IKEA?
I like IKEA, and I love what they've done for people who don't want to spend too much money on furniture.
Furniture is expensive.
Furniture is very expensive. You can spend $5,000 on a sofa.
Yeah.
And so IKEA is a wonderful brand and I think a wonderful company because it makes good-looking furniture affordable.
And it's because you put it together yourself, right?
That's right. A lot of things you have to assemble or put together by yourself. So you buy it in a box and then you make it. And it's a little bit frustrating sometimes. But for people like me, and I'm sure people like you, it's part of the fun is putting stuff together.
Yeah, because you kind of feel like you kind of built it, but you really didn't. So it kind of gives you that false sense of accomplishment.
It's like I'm in the 19th century and I can make my own furniture.
So it's very popular. I've actually, and apart from having great furniture, I understand that they have amazing meatballs.
They do. Well, I'm a Swedish. I never get to eat Swedish meatballs, and here in China, they do have some of the better meatballs around. So I would recommend if you haven't tried them, try them. They're pretty good.
Yeah, go to IKEA.
Go to IKEA, have some dinner. Let me know. Our website is englishpod.com. Do you like IKEA and do you love their meatballs?
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a very special lesson for you. This is actually the first in a series of lessons about interview skills.
That's right. For 10 lessons that you will hear once a week for the next 10 weeks, we're going to take a look at an interview, a job interview, and we're going to take you step by step throughout the whole interview process, as well as teaching you some useful words and phrases that you can use next time you're at a job interview in English.
Exactly. So pay attention. Today is the first day we're going to be entering the office, and we're going to learn some things that are important for talking to your future employer or meeting people in an interview.
Okay.
Come in.
Mr. Parsons?
Ah, you must be Rebecca. Please do come in.
Thank you for making some time to see me, Mr. Parsons. It's a pleasure to meet you finally.
The pleasure's all mine, Rebecca. Have a seat, please. Now, would you like any refreshments, tea, or coffee?
A coffee would be lovely, thank you. Black, no sugar.
No problem. Sally, can we have 2 coffees, please? 1, no milk or sugar. So, Rebecca, I understand you had a first interview with Miss Childs last week?
Yes, that's correct. She filled me in on the details of the job on the telephone.
Great. Well, I'm glad to say she recommended you for a second interview, and here we are. Perhaps we can start by discussing your background and resume details a little.
Yes, of course.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So one of the first things that you're offered when you go to interview at a company is refreshments.
Right. Would you like any refreshments?
This sounds complicated, but it's actually a very simple word for beverages or drinks.
Right. So that's why he offered her tea or coffee.
Right. So refreshments are cola, coffee, tea. But how do you answer this? If I say, would you like any refreshments, Marco?
You can say, yes, water would be fine, thank you.
Okay, water would be fine. Or I'd like a Coke.
Or I'd like a cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee. Great. Refreshments are drinks. And after that, the characters are talking about the details of the job. So what are these details? How are they different from the job itself?
Well, the details of the job are the specific points about the job. So, for example, if she applied for a job as a receptionist, the details of the job would be answering the phones, taking messages, receiving people at the office. Those are the main details of the job.
Also, we need someone who works from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., someone who is going to come 5 days a week. Mm-hmm. So the details are basically more information about something.
Right, the specific information about a general topic. And it's not only related to work, the details can be of many, many things.
Right, so if I ask you about your details, Marco, you could maybe tell me your phone number, your address.
Mm-hmm, my full name.
Full name or birthday. So these are details.
Okay. And, well, after they talked about the details of the job, after she explained that she received the details of the job by phone, Mr. Parsons said that she was recommended for a second interview.
So Rebecca is coming to the office for a second time. She already had one interview, and the woman she talked to the first time recommended her for a second interview. So the verb here is to recommend.
Right. And you can recommend a person, an object, a movie, and that's basically you are saying that this is good and that it's worth seeing, it's worth buying, it's worth interviewing.
For example, I really like the movie Avatar. Marco, I recommend you see it.
Okay, or I can say, Catherine recommended the movie Avatar.
Okay, so Catherine liked it, Catherine decided, Catherine suggested or told Marco it would be good.
That's right. So to recommend. And then Mr. Parsons said that they're going to start discussing her background.
Well, background, think of the word back. That means behind. This usually means a person's history at a job or at many jobs, or even their educational background, information about where they studied.
That's right. So the background, maybe a person's background is, as you said, all their history, work, study, many, many different things, even maybe seminars or courses that they assisted.
Or even just their personal history. For example, Marco, you speak English like an American. What's your background? Because I know you're not American.
Right, I'm from Ecuador.
Okay, background. So that means someone's personal history.
That's right. And hand in hand with background, we have a piece of paper that usually you send into an employer to apply for a job. This is the famous resume.
Resume. So you're right, Marco. A resume is a document. In this case, it is a document that lists your work history, your working background. And it's a very important part of applying for a job. And usually you send your resume before you go for the interview so that the employer can look and see, is this person qualified? How old are they? What's their work history?
And, well, very similar to a resume, you may have heard a CV.
That's right. A CV is a lot like a resume. It stands for curriculum C, vitae V, CV, and it's more detailed. It has more details about a person's academic or study history.
Exactly. So a resume, I guess it's very similar to a summary of your work background, whereas a CV will have more details about your education, maybe more details about your work background, what did you do, objectives, etc.
Great. So maybe we should listen to today's dialogue one more time, and when we come back, we'll be talking about some of the interesting phrases we heard in today's dialogue.
Come in.
Mr. Parsons?
Ah, you must be Rebecca. Please do come in.
Thank you for making some time to see me, Mr. Parsons. It's a pleasure to meet you finally.
The pleasure's all mine, Rebecca. Have a seat, please. Now, would you like any refreshments, tea, or coffee?
A coffee would be lovely, thank you. Black, no sugar.
No problem. Sally, can we have 2 coffees, please? 1, no milk or sugar.
Certainly, Mr. Parsons.
So, Rebecca, I understand you had a first interview with Miss Childs last week?
Yes, that's correct. She filled me in on the details of the job on the telephone.
Great. Well, I'm glad to say she recommended you for a second interview, and here we are. Perhaps we can start by discussing your background and resume details a little.
Yes, of course.
All right, we're back. So now we have 3 phrases that we're going to take a look at on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so when Rebecca arrived, Mr. Parsons said, "Ah, you must be Rebecca. Please do come in."
Okay, so you could say, please come in. This means, please come into my office, or come on in.
Right.
But here, the interesting thing about this is the word do.
Right, he's using the verb do, and it may sound wrong. It may sound like it's unnecessary because you do have a phrasal verb there already, come in. So you can just say, please come in. But when he says, please do come in, he is emphasizing on her to come in.
That's right. So this is a very polite way to invite someone inside. You can also say, please do have a seat.
All right. So you are emphasizing in a very polite way to please sit down.
That's right. Please do come in.
So there are many other ways that you can use it. So for example, if you really want your friend to call you sometime next time you're in town, you say, please do call me next time you're in town.
Please do. You could even say it afterwards, simply please do, for emphasis.
Right. So if I say, hey, Catherine, I'm going to call you next time I'm in Shanghai.
Please do.
There we go.
So that means please do call.
All right. So please do come in. Please do call. All right.
After that, Rebecca says, thank you for making some time to see me, Mr. Parsons. So she is happy that Mr. Parsons is available and wants to talk to her. This is a very common phrase that means, thank you so much for interviewing me.
Right. So I guess it's kind of a way of saying, look, I know that you're a busy person and that you don't have very much time. So thank you for making some time to see me.
Right. So this isn't just about interviews. You could say this phrase for meeting with a client or meeting with even a friend. You could say, hey, Marco, I know you were really busy last week, but thank you so much for making some time to see me.
Right. So you're just basically saying, I understand that you're very busy, but I appreciate that you made some time to see me. All right. And well, she said, you know what? It's a pleasure to meet you. But Mr. Parsons replied by saying, hey, the pleasure's all mine.
All right, another very, very polite phrase that you hear a lot. Maybe some of you have heard the phrase, it's a pleasure to meet you before, but the response, the answer is very interesting. The pleasure is all mine.
Right.
So this stands for the pleasure is all mine.
Right. And I guess it's the most appropriate response if somebody says, it's a pleasure to meet you. Because if you don't say this, I think you may sound a little bit arrogant.
Well, you could say it's a pleasure to meet you too.
Right.
But this is another way to answer the person, because you don't always want to say it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Right.
This is a way to say something different and to say, well, the pleasure's all mine.
Right. But it's very important to answer something, right? Because if I say it's a pleasure to meet you and you say thank you, it's like,
no, that is a little bit arrogant. So
Right.
you have to say something.
Right.
And we recommend that you say this or you just say the same thing back. So it's nice to meet you. Oh, it's nice to meet you too.
Right. Okay, and our last phrase is actually when they were talking about, again, the details of the job, and she said that Miss Childs filled her in on the details. She said, she filled me in on the details of the job on the telephone.
Okay, so this is an interesting verb, to fill in, or in this case, to fill someone in, to fill me in, to fill you in. This basically means to tell someone about something.
Right.
Or if I know a little bit of information, but not a lot of information about something, this way you're telling me more so I understand it better.
Right, I'm giving you all the information. So maybe somebody is talking about a rumor in the office, and you go and you say, hey, fill me in on the gossip.
All right, so you want to know all about it.
Right.
Or for example, Marco, we're having a party next Sunday, but I'll have to fill you in on the details around Friday.
Okay, because you don't have all the information right now.
Yeah, I don't know yet what time or where.
Okay, so to fill someone in is to give them all the information or to give them more information.
Fill me in.
Fill me in. All right. Why don't we take a look at our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Come in.
Mr. Parsons?
Ah, you must be Rebecca. Please do come in.
Thank you for making some time to see me, Mr. Parsons. It's a pleasure to meet you finally.
The pleasure's all mine, Rebecca. Have a seat, please. Now, would you like any refreshments, tea, or coffee?
A coffee would be lovely, thank you. Black, no sugar.
No problem. Sally, can we have 2 coffees, please? 1, no milk or sugar.
Certainly, Mr. Parsons.
So, Rebecca, I understand you had a first interview with Miss Childs last week?
Yes, that's correct. She filled me in on the details of the job on the telephone.
Great. Well, I'm glad to say she recommended you for a second interview, and here we are. Perhaps we can start by discussing your background and resume details a little.
Yes, of course.
All right, so as we mentioned, this is the first part of a 10-part series of the interview series. And this is going to be very, very helpful. As you saw in this first part, we're just taking a look at some basic vocab and phrases that you can use when you're just introducing yourself. You're just getting started in the interview.
So what we're going to be looking at later on is talking about yourself, answering questions. But many people don't realize that one of the most important parts of the interview is the very, very beginning. Because some psychologists say that we make a decision about a person or how we like a person within the first, 30 seconds of talking to them.
Yeah.
So it's important that you speak confidently and that you say some of these English phrases comfortably. You know, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, the pleasure's mine. These little things will really help you.
That's right. And I think as talking about introductions and how this woman arrived to the office, I think one of the key things that we would recommend is to look that person in the eye and give a firm handshake, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people actually realize how important this is. It's very, very important because as an interviewer, the person or the manager who's interviewing you, I think you can tell a lot from a person if somebody gives you a very flimsy handshake or doesn't look you in the eye.
That's right. Well, I think in many ways people think, oh, this person is not confident, or this person is uncomfortable, or this person is hiding something.
Yeah.
And so it's important really to be yourself, to smile, to look at a person in the eyes, especially in a lot of like American companies or Canadian companies. I know in other parts of the world, smiling with a stranger is unusual or maybe unacceptable. But in America, it means I'm confident. Here I am. Here's my name. Nice to meet you. It's a very important part of an introduction.
Yes, very true. So we actually want to hear what you think. How important for you is a handshake, a firm handshake, looking someone in the eye, or how do interviews work in your country?
Let us know, and we hope that this is helpful for you in the future if you're looking for jobs or you just want to practice your English.
That's right. So if you have any other questions or doubts, we're at englishpod.com. We'll see everyone there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're traveling a little bit and we need to book a hotel room.
That's right. So today we're going to learn all the words and phrases that will help you talk to the receptionist in order to book a hotel room.
Let's check out our dialogue.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has one twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So we've got a lot of great phrases and words today in language takeaway. The first one comes from the beginning of the dialogue. It's availability.
All right, so the woman wanted to know if the hotel has availability. So what does that mean?
That means, do you have free rooms? Do you have any rooms I could rent?
So instead of saying, do you have any free rooms or do you have rooms available, you can just say, do you have availability?
That's right. So you're basically asking the person, do you have anything available? So what's your availability?
Very good. Okay. All right. So we asked the hotel if they have availability, and obviously the receptionist needs to know when we expect to check in.
So this is a noun and a verb, but in today's dialogue, it's used as a verb. So it's something we do. To check in. So the person on the phone would like to know what date you expect to check in. That means when will you arrive at our hotel?
That's right. So maybe we will arrive to the city a couple of days before we check into the hotel. So we really specifically want to know, when are you going to start sleeping here?
That's right. And the opposite, so when you leave the hotel, is called check out, to check out.
That's right. Okay, so we want to check in on July 9th, and the receptionist tells us that we have available a single suite or a double suite.
All right, so these are two different kinds of rooms. Now, a suite is different from a room because it actually means that the space you're going to use is more than one room, maybe 2 rooms or 3.
That's right. So it's a little bit bigger than just a standard room.
It might have a sitting area or a kitchen area. So that's what a suite is. Very expensive rooms are suites as well. They have a sitting area and a kitchen and maybe even an extra bedroom.
That's right. Okay, so we have a single suite. That means that we have one of these big rooms that is only for one person.
Yeah.
And a double suite means that 2 or more people can sleep there.
That's right. So single will be 1 person and double will be 2 people. And we also heard similar words with the beds because sometimes the rooms aren't really clear about what kind of beds they have. So this person asked, what's the difference between these rooms? And the hotel employee answered, well, the junior suite has 1 twin bed. Mm-hmm. All right. What's a twin bed?
So a twin bed is basically a bed that's only for one person. Only one person fits in there.
All right. So it's a single bed basically. We call it a twin. Mm-hmm. It's a standard size. So everywhere you go, a twin is always for one person.
That's right.
All right, and if you want to have another person in bed, we have to get a bigger one. And what's that bigger bed called?
It's called a double bed.
A double bed. So again, double room, double bed. Mm-hmm. So this means that 2 people can sleep on the one bed.
That's right. So this is important because sometimes you want to book a hotel room and it will be a double suite, but it will have 2 twin beds.
All right, so it's a double room, so it's for 2 people, but each person has their own small bed.
That's right.
2 twin beds.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And lastly, the superior double suite not only had a double bed, but also had a minibar.
A minibar. So you know what a bar is? It's a place you go to get some alcohol or some drinks, but a minibar is a little bit different, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a little refrigerator or a little area where you will have snacks and drinks that you can just basically take freely, but obviously you will have to pay afterwards.
That's right. So you can take them when you're staying there, but when you check out, when you leave, you have to pay for everything you ate or drank.
That's right. Okay, so a lot of words there on Language Takeaway today. Let's take a break and listen to the dialogue again.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am. Can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has 1 twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, so now it's time for some phrases. Let's start with Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So the first phrase in Fluency Builder might seem a little bit strange. It's, I will be in town next week. I'll be in town. In what town?
That's right. Well, if you say I will be in town, that basically says I will be in this town. I will be there. I will be here.
So I'll be in the town you're in. Mm-hmm. This is interesting. So when I'm talking to someone, maybe Marco is in Chicago and I'm in New York. Mm-hmm. And I call and I say, hey, Marco, I'll be in town next week. What are you doing?
Right.
You want to have a drink. That means I'm going to be where?
You're going to be in Chicago.
That's right. I'll be in Chicago like Marco is. I'm not going to talk about where I am now. This usually means I'm going somewhere else.
That's right. So actually, you can tell your friends that you're going to be in town, or sometimes you have to tell someone you're going to be out of town.
I'll be out of town. That means I won't be where I am now. I won't be in New York. I'll be somewhere else. I'll be in Chicago.
That's right. All right. So now moving on, when we were talking specifically about the hotel and maybe what is included with our suite, we asked a very important question. Is breakfast included?
Included in what?
In the price.
All right, so this is a very common question, like you're saying, Marco, but it's not obvious. So when you ask, is breakfast included, that means, do I have to pay extra for breakfast? Mm-hmm. If breakfast is included, I don't have to pay. If it's not included, that means I have to pay extra for breakfast.
That's right. And in this case, breakfast is included, but not just any breakfast. It's a buffet breakfast.
My favorite kind of breakfast. So this is pretty common with hotels. They will serve a buffet breakfast from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. or whatever. A buffet means that there's a room with tables and food on the tables.
Right.
So you don't order food. You just take whatever you want.
That's right. So you can take whatever you want and usually as much as you want.
That's the best part.
Okay, so now we know that breakfast is included. We know what our room is like, so we're gonna make the reservation. And the hotel employee says that he needs our credit card details to complete the reservation.
Credit card details. Now you might be wondering, what details? Credit card details means the specific information on your credit card. All right, so this is pretty common when you're making a purchase on the phone or on the internet. You have to provide your credit card details.
Right.
That means your name, your credit card number, and the expiration date, which is when the card will no longer be useful.
So it's necessary because obviously you can say, yeah, I'm going to be there tomorrow, and then you don't show up and the hotel loses money. So they need to make sure that they have you somehow.
Yeah, that's their way of protecting themselves. They want to give you the room, but they also don't want to lose money.
Okay, so let's listen to our dialogue one last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has one twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, so talking about hotels, I think one of the most important things out of this, well, not important, but also something that you should know is that the minibar is always so expensive.
It is expensive. Be very careful when you're going into that mini bar. Sometimes it seems like a really good idea. You're hungry and there are crackers or you want a beer. But you have to look at the menu because the menu will have the prices, and maybe something that's really cheap in a store outside is really expensive at a hotel.
Yeah. And I think sometimes, sometimes it's even hard to find that little menu, so you don't even know what the prices are. But you're so thirsty, you just want to have something to drink now, and it ends up costing you $10.
That's right. So be careful. Anytime you're in a hotel room, expect the prices to be pretty high for the things in the hotel. Unless, of course, there's a sign or a piece of paper that says that something is free or complimentary.
Yeah, that's right. Complimentary water is very common in hotels. They'll give you 2 free bottles of water.
That's right. So complimentary means you don't have to pay for it. But if there's no sign, then expect to pay a lot.
That's right. Okay, so if you guys have any questions or any doubts, or you want to suggest any other lesson topic, you can visit us at englishpod.com.
We'll hope to see you there. Until next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a very descriptive lesson for you.
That's right. We have an elementary lesson for everyone, and we are going to talk about facial hair.
Okay, so Marco, you don't have any facial hair.
I don't. Well, I like to shave every other day. But yeah, that's what facial hair is hair that you have on your face.
Okay, so we're at the police station in this dialogue. Let's take a listen and find out why.
Okay, Sally. We have an artist here to help us. We'll ask you questions about the bank robber you saw, and Paul will draw a picture. Are you ready?
Yes, well, he had brown hair, long hair, and he had some facial hair. It was brown too.
Good. Okay, the facial hair. Was it a beard or a mustache?
Both. His mustache was very short and thin, just on the top of his lip.
Uh-huh. Like this?
Yes, that's the mustache. But the beard isn't right. I mean, it didn't cover his whole face. I think it was just on his chin.
A goatee? Was it like Paul's?
Yes, that's it. He had a goatee.
Okay, now, what about sideburns? Did he have sideburns?
Yes. They were long and thick, like yours.
All right. There, was this the man you saw?
Yes, that's him. It looks a lot like you.
Why, yes, he does. Paul, where were you on Friday afternoon?
What? That's ridiculous. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I was over there doing the thing the best man to do.
All right, we're back. So, as you can see, the woman is describing a bank robber. And one of the ways that she's describing him is by the facial hair that he had. So there are a lot of very interesting words and phrases here. Why don't we take a look at some of them in Language Takeaway?
Language takeaway.
Okay, so in Language Takeaway today, we have some really good description words and nouns, things that people have on their face, facial hair. Because there's not just one kind of facial hair, there are many different kinds. So our first one is... Are we going to skip facial hair?
We already explained it.
Okay. Our first one is mustache.
Okay, a mustache. And this is, I think, one of the more popular forms of facial hair. I think it's a style, right? All these styles of facial hair.
That's right. And so a mustache is basically some hair on top of your lip. Mm-hmm. It's above your lip. And it's usually, it can be thin or thick. It comes in different sizes, but this is not your whole face. It's just above your lip.
All right. So, for example, a famous person or a famous mustache was Charlie Chaplin, right?
That's right. Charlie Chaplin had a mustache, just a little bit of hair above his lip, but also Theodore Roosevelt had a very big, bushy mustache.
That's right.
Interesting fact, you might hear someone say stash instead of mustache. This is a short way to say it. He's growing a stash.
Right. And also the spelling can be a little bit difficult to understand how you pronounce it because it's M-U-S-T-A-C-H-E. So there's no really SH sound like sh. But you pronounce it mustache.
Mustache, yeah. So that's one kind of facial hair, but there are many others. The next one we've got for you is a beard.
A beard. Okay. This is a really good one. A beard.
I think a beard keeps men warm. I think a beard keeps a man warm in the winter.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the most hair.
So basically, a beard, you have hair on your lip and also all over your face, basically. So a beard, you have all over your face.
Right, your cheeks, your chin, and above your lip.
Okay, very good. So, famous person with a beard?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus has a very big beard.
Yeah, Santa Claus has a big beard. Big white beard.
Okay, so that's a beard. I think that's the easiest to have because you don't need to cut anything or shave anything.
Oh, you need to trim.
Yeah, you need to.
If you don't trim, it looks kind of bad.
Right. Well, now moving on to our next style of facial hair, we have a goatee.
Okay, this might be confusing for some people because it's not a beard and it's not a mustache. It's basically hair around your mouth.
Right.
On your chin and your lip.
So I think for Sean Connery has a very famous goatee.
And Brad Pitt right now has a really big goatee.
Okay.
Or a long goatee, lots of hair.
So it's, as you say, it's around your mouth, so your lip and your chin.
That's right, a goatee.
Okay, so that's our third style of facial hair. And now moving on to our last style, we have sideburns.
Okay, so think about the word here. Sideburns. Side.
They're on your side.
They're on the side. So near the ears, there is usually some space where a man can grow some hair. Not with a beard or necessarily a mustache, though. It can be just the hair on the jawline, near the jaw, near the ears. Okay.
So I think this was a very famous style in the 60s and 70s. you would have long sideburns all along your face.
That's right.
Past your ear, right?
That's right. And the longer, maybe the
sexier you
the
were.
sexier. No, but these days it's not as popular, but you do see people who have sideburns.
I think nowadays people have sideburns, but they're not as thick. They're just
Yeah.
like thin little sideburns.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so all of these are the different sorts and styles of facial hair. Of course, there are a lot more. I think while we were looking for this on the internet, we found a lot of other styles that came up, like mutton chops and things like this. But these are probably the most popular ones.
That's right. These are the ones you're going to hear about the most.
Okay, so why don't we go back, listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be back with Fluency Builder. Okay, Sally, we have an artist here to help us. We'll ask you questions about the bank robber you saw, and Paul will draw a picture. Are you ready?
Yes, well, he had brown hair, long hair, and he had some facial hair. It was brown too.
Good. Okay, the facial hair. Was it a beard or a mustache?
Both. His mustache was very short and thin, just on the top of his lip.
Like this?
Yes, that's the mustache. But the beard isn't right. I mean, it didn't cover his whole face. I think it was just on his chin.
A goatee? Was it like Paul's?
Yes, that's it. He had a goatee.
Okay, now, what about sideburns? Did he have sideburns?
Yes. They were long and thick, like yours.
All right. There, was this the man you saw?
Yes, that's him. It looks a lot like you.
Why, yes, he does. Paul, where were you on Friday afternoon?
What? That's ridiculous. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I was over there doing the thing the best man to do.
All right, so today in Fluency Builder, we are not really talking about phrases as much as we're talking about adjectives. So words you can use to describe facial hair.
Okay, so when the girl was describing facial hair, for example, she said the mustache was very short and thin.
Okay, a short and thin mustache. So you think about it, you can have a very thick mustache. That's the opposite. That means very hairy, it's very wide. A thin mustache is like a line.
Okay. Okay, so for example, Charlie Chaplin, he had a short mustache, but it wasn't thin. It was a little bit thick.
That's right. It's kind of wide. But you think of, when you see someone who's drawing a mustache on a sign at a restaurant or in a newspaper,
right.
That's usually very thin.
Right,
because they use a
right.
pen. It's, it's very silly looking.
Right, so those are different adjectives to describe not only a mustache. So basically we can use these to describe any sort of hair. For example, the hair on your head. You can say he's got short hair.
That's right. Or I could say, I have long hair.
Long hair.
Or Marco, I could say, you have thick hair.
Thick.
Yeah.
So if you have an abundance of hair, that you would say it's thick.
That's right. There's it's like if you put your hand in it, it feels like there's a lot. That's very thick hair.
Okay.
Some people have thin hair, so they don't have a lot of hair.
Okay, good. And, moving on to the parts of the face. We described it before as to where a mustache is, where a goatee is. But let's take a closer look at that. For example, a mustache is on your upper lip.
Right, so just above your lip, under your nose, that's where a mustache goes. So that's the upper lip. But if we're talking about a goatee, it's not just on your upper lip, it's also where?
On your chin.
Your chin. So that's the very bottom point of your face.
So you have your chin, your upper lip. And also when we talked about, for example, the sideburns, we talked about the jaw, but also it could be part of the cheek.
Right, so every person has two cheeks, one on the left and one on the right, and those are a very big part of your face on the sides of your nose.
Okay, so you have your chin, you have your cheeks, you have your upper lip. I think that's pretty much the only places where you can grow also on your neck.
Yeah, some people have it on their neck or on the back of well, no, let's not go there. Some people also have it on their neck. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Very good. So a lot of different words to describe facial hair. Why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue one last time, and we'll be back to talk some more. Okay, Sally. We have an artist here to help us. We'll ask you questions about the bank robber you saw, and Paul will draw a picture. Are you ready?
Yes, well, he had brown hair, long hair, and he had some facial hair. It was brown too.
Good. Okay, the facial hair. Was it a beard or a mustache?
Both. His mustache was very short and thin, just on the top of his lip.
Uh-huh. Like this?
Yes, that's the mustache. But the beard isn't right. I mean, it didn't cover his whole face. I think it was just on his chin.
A goatee? Was it like Paul's?
Yes, that's it. He had a goatee.
Okay, now, what about sideburns? Did he have sideburns?
Yes. They were long and thick, like yours.
All right. There, was this the man you saw?
Yes, that's him. It looks a lot like you.
Why, yes, he does. Paul, where were you on Friday afternoon?
What? That's ridiculous. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I was over there doing the thing the best man to do.
All right, so talking about facial hair, Catherine, do you like men that have facial hair?
Yes.
Yeah, you like mustaches, beards, goatees?
Well, it really depends. I really like sideburns, but
sideburns.
Sometimes people don't do them correctly, so I don't like them. But I like beards.
Yeah.
And yeah, goatee. I like facial hair.
You like facial hair.
Yeah.
What is it about facial hair on men that you like?
Manly men. I don't know. There's something, kind of rough about it.
Rough, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the very manicured, very carefully cut facial hair. I kind of like it a little bit more on the rough side.
Oh, okay. It's interesting because it's interesting to see also facial hair on or long facial hair. Like, for example, the guys from ZZ Top.
Yeah.
They have like really long beards. I wonder how long it takes to grow something like this.
I'm sure we could find out on the internet, but yeah, no, they have competitions. There's a world mustache competition, for example, and they have the world's longest mustache. And so the man, they measure his mustache. It's 3 or 4 meters or something ridiculous.
It can get really long.
Yeah, so I think your hair keeps growing. It just depends on when you decide to cut it.
I think it's also a very cultural thing, right? Some cultures are able to grow a lot of facial hair and like to do it. Others really don't. For example, you don't really see many Asians with facial hair, with goatees or mustaches.
I think you see more goatees than you see full beards, actually. But yeah, definitely East Asia, it's not as common. Although India, you see a little bit more facial hair.
A lot of mustaches there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is an interesting question. Tell us how popular it is in your country, or if you like men with facial hair, or if you're a guy, do you like to have a beard, a mustache, or a goatee? So come to our website, englishpod.com, and we'll see everyone there.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're going outside for our lesson.
That's right. Today we are gardening. We are going to set up our own garden.
Okay, that means growing plants and maybe even food. So let's take a listen to this dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment to talk more about it.
I've decided to grow my own garden.
What? You don't know the first thing about gardening.
On the contrary, I've been reading a lot of books about the subject.
Oh yeah? Tell me then, smarty pants. How will you go about setting up your garden?
Well, first I need to buy some things such as fertilizer, seeds, and tools.
What type of tools?
You know, the basics. A rake, shovel, spade, and a hoe.
Right. Well, it seems like you have all your bases covered. What's next?
I'll till the soil and then sow the seeds. I'll then add some fertilizer and voila! Gardening all done.
Well, good luck with your garden, especially considering we're in the dry season and it won't rain for the next 3 months.
All right, we're back. So a lot of vocab related to gardening. We mentioned a lot of tools, and we're going to explain a lot of those now on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so gardening has some very special tools, like you said, Marco. The first one is one that I am not, well, it's actually not a tool. It's a part of gardening, something that we use to help the plants grow, and I really don't like it because it smells bad.
Exactly. It smells kind of bad, and it has a very strong smell, and that is called fertilizer.
Fertilizer. So basically, fertilizer is something that you use in a garden to help the plants grow better.
Right. I think it has a lot of vitamins and minerals that the plant needs to grow better, faster, stronger.
Exactly. Fertilizer.
Okay, good. And well, now we're going to mention 4 tools that we use in gardening, basic tools. The first one being a rake.
A rake. Rake. So a rake is actually something that's very common in most houses, especially houses with a yard or a garden. It's not just a gardening tool, but it is something that has a long handle, and we use it to clear the ground of rocks or leaves.
Right. So just imagine it's kind of like a big brush for your garden. It collects things, right?
Right. It's like a big brush it's pulling things out of the ground or away from the ground, especially in the fall, like October or November, when all the leaves fall off the trees and you have to take them off the grass. You use a rake to pull them.
So you use a rake to pull them, and you also call the action of using a rake, you say, you rake the garden.
To rake. Okay. That's right. So to rake the leaves. I hate raking the leaves.
All right. And now the other tool that we have is very common, not only in gardening, but for construction work, for many things. You have a shovel.
Shovel. So a shovel is basically a big metal spoon.
Right.
And you use it to make a hole in the ground.
Exactly. So, as we say, we use it a lot in gardening to make holes for maybe the plants, but also in construction, if you want to make a hole in the ground and things like this, you use a shovel. And now a smaller version of the shovel that you use only with your hand, this is called a spade.
A spade. So this is very small, like you said, and it's actually special because of its shape. A spade has a point. A shovel is round and a spade has a point. And what's interesting, Marco, is it's actually very common somewhere else.
In cards.
That's right, in cards. So cards have different shapes. One is a heart, one is a diamond. One of them is a spade. So the one that's pointy, that's called a spade, and it's used for digging kind of precision holes.
Right, exactly. So maybe you don't want to use a big shovel. If you want to make maybe a small hole in the ground, you would use a spade. And now our last tool has a kind of a funny spelling. It's H-O-E, and it's pronounced hoe.
Hoe. So again, this is a tool with a very long handle, and you use it to maybe make the ground softer or to turn up the ground. So when you're first starting to plant a garden, the ground is very hard. It's very tough, right? And this is a really important tool for that period because you can basically turn up the ground. You're not digging anything, but you're mixing up the dirt a little bit to make it softer.
Okay, very good. So that's when you use this tool. It's kind of a dirt or a soil mixer.
You can also pull out those nasty weeds with a hoe.
Okay, good. So 4 key tools that we've just taken a look at now. But now let's move on to 2 verbs that are basically very important when you're talking about gardening and all this. Is, as you mentioned, you talked about mixing the soil. And in the next line, we see that it says, I'll till the soil. To till.
Okay, so basically this is a way of turning up that soil, but you're doing it kind of in lines, right? So you're mixing up the soil and making it soft. You're preparing the soil for planting. And so you till the soil. Soil, of course, in this case, is that dirt. It's earth.
Right, it's earth. So to till is to prepare it for planting.
Till the soil, that's right.
To till the soil, okay.
And what do we do after the soil has been tilled?
Well, then we sow the seeds.
Okay, so seeds are baby plants, basically, and we sow the seeds. When we sow the seeds, we're putting the seeds into the ground.
So that's basically planting the seeds. You can say we plant the seeds or we sow the seeds.
Okay.
And the opposite of sowing?
The opposite of sowing is reaping. R-E-A-P, to reap. So we actually have a phrase in English. This is very, very famous, very common. We say, you reap what you sow.
You reap what you sow. That's right. So you basically collect what you planted, and that's kind of what you do in life.
So we say, if you haven't planted anything good, you're not going to reap anything good.
Exactly. It's a very popular phrase. All right. So we've covered a lot of vocab here. Why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back with Fluency Builder.
I've decided to grow my own garden.
What? You don't know the first thing about gardening.
On the contrary, I've been reading a lot of books about the subject.
Oh yeah? Tell me then, smarty pants. How will you go about setting up your garden?
Well, first I need to buy some things such as fertilizer, seeds, and tools.
What type of tools?
You know, the basics. A rake, shovel, spade, and a hoe.
Right. Well, it seems like you have all your bases covered. What's next?
I'll till the soil and then sow the seeds. I'll then add some fertilizer and voila, gardening all done.
Well, good luck with your garden, especially considering we're in the dry season and it won't rain for the next 3 months.
All right, we're back, and we have 4 phrases for you on Fluency Builder, and we're going to take a look at those now.
Fluency Builder.
This first phrase is useful in any conversation, I think, especially if you're trying to impress somebody. So basically, one person in this dialogue says, you know what? You don't know the first thing about gardening. That means you don't know anything about gardening. And what does he say in response?
On the contrary.
On the contrary. So the contrary means the opposite. So basically, this means the opposite is true.
Right. You're basically saying, I disagree. What you are saying is false. It's actually the opposite.
So maybe, I have a feeling, Marco, that it's going to rain tomorrow.
Actually, on the contrary, I saw in the news that it's going to be very sunny tomorrow.
Oh, well, that's good news.
So that's a way of maybe politely disagreeing with someone or saying to someone that, well, you're wrong. It's actually the opposite of what you're saying. Okay. Moving on to our second phrase. It's actually a colloquial way of kind of making fun of someone. When you say, all right, then, smarty pants.
Okay, smarty pants. Don't think about this too much. We're not talking about pants, actually.
Right.
But this is a way of saying, okay, if you're so smart, then tell me that. It's sarcasm.
It's sarcasm, exactly.
Yeah. So this person says, oh, actually, I know a lot about gardening. And the other person says, oh, really, smarty pants?
So you can actually describe a person in this way. Maybe a person that it thinks they know a lot, or sometimes what you say, a Mr. Know-It-All. You also say it's a smarty pants.
Right, so someone who thinks they know a lot, or everything even.
Right, Mr. Know-It-All, or a smarty pants. All right, and our third phrase is interesting because we have a setup here. When the person says, how will you go about setting up your garden, right?
Okay, so to go about doing something. There's 2 important parts to this. So, Marco, the first part is how you go about. This means how you do.
Right. So you're basically, how will you do this?
What's your approach?
What's your approach? So how will you go about plus and then the verb in ing. So how will you go about setting up your garden? How will you start, or what is your approach to creating your garden?
So maybe, Marco, you want to write a book, and I can ask you, well, how will you go about starting your book?
Right. Or if I'm writing a book, you can say, how will you go about investigating for your book? So what is the approach you're going to take? How will you do it?
How do you plan on doing something?
Exactly. And our final phrase here is very commonly used for all sorts of situations. Basically, if a person is prepared, you say, well, you have all your bases covered.
Okay, this is a great phrase. It comes right from sports. Very common in English to have sports phrases. This comes from the sport baseball.
Right.
So in baseball, the field is a diamond. There are 4 corners or 4 bases. And the runners have to go from one base to the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they get a point. But in this case, we're saying the other team, they have their bases covered. That means they're protecting their bases. And in speech, we say, if you have your bases covered, like you said, Marco, you're very well prepared.
Right. So you're ready, you're prepared, you have really planned out and thought of what you're going to do, so you have all your bases covered.
So, Marco, for example, you just told me that it's going to be sunny tomorrow, but I think it still might rain. So, to have all my bases covered, I'm going to bring an umbrella anyway.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Or maybe you have a presentation at work and you've prepared your PowerPoint presentation, you have your drawings, your copies, you have everything ready. You have all your bases covered for that meeting.
That's right.
Okay, so why don't we go back and listen to our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more.
I've decided to grow my own garden.
What? You don't know the first thing about gardening.
On the contrary, I've been reading a lot of books about the subject.
Oh yeah? Tell me then, smarty pants. How will you go about setting up your garden?
Well, first I need to buy some things such as fertilizer, seeds, and tools.
What type of tools?
You know, the basics. A rake, shovel, spade, and a hoe.
Right. Well, it seems like you have all your bases covered. What's next?
I'll till the soil and then sow the seeds. I'll then add some fertilizer and voila! Gardening all done.
Well, good luck with your garden, especially considering we're in the dry season and it won't rain for the next 3 months.
All right, we're back. So gardening is actually a very popular thing in many countries. I know many people as well who prefer to have their own personal garden to grow their own vegetables, which they say taste a lot different from the ones you buy at the supermarket.
They do. I think personally that homegrown vegetables, so vegetables that you grow yourself, tend to taste a lot better than the ones you get in the grocery store. They also look different. They're not as pretty.
Right.
But that's because they have less chemicals.
Yeah, I think it's a very popular thing, and well, not only gardening your own vegetables, but some people just enjoy it as a hobby to have some plants and different types of things in their backyard.
Yeah, many people say it's very relaxing. You get to go outside, you're in the sunshine. It's a very calming activity.
Yeah, it seems like it's very relaxing. A little bit boring at times. Is basically you're waiting for your plants to grow. But I imagine that once they do, you've accomplished it, it must feel great to see that you've actually brought life.
I'm sure, like 20 minutes every day. It's not so bad.
Yeah. It's actually a very interesting hobby, and we want to know if in your country or in your town, do you have enough space for a garden? Do you like gardening or maybe growing your own food? I think that's a very interesting topic.
Yeah, let us know what you think. Do you do this? Do you have friends who garden? Our website is englishpod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking all about animals.
That's right. This is a very interesting topic, very important because, well, a lot of people like to have pets.
That's right. We're not going to the zoo. We're not talking about animals out in the forest or in nature. We're talking about pets that you keep at home. So let's start right away with today's dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment to talk about what's going on.
We have been over this 100 times. We are not getting a pet.
Why not? Come on. Just a cute little puppy or kitty.
Who's gonna look after a dog or a cat?
I will. I'll feed it, bathe it, and walk it every day. We can get a Labrador or a German Shepherd.
What if we want to take a vacation? Who will we leave it with? Plus, our apartment is too small for that breed of dog.
Okay. How about we get a cat? Or a ferret?
We're planning on having children soon. I don't think those animals are a good idea with a baby in the house.
Fine. Let's get a bird then. We can keep it in its cage and teach it to talk. A parrot would be awesome.
I'll tell you what. I can get you some hamsters, and we'll take it from there.
Yay!
All right, we're back. So obviously, having a pet at home is a very big responsibility. And well, this is what the couple was talking about. But before we get into that discussion, why don't we take a look at 5 key words that we have picked out for you on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So first off, the couple is talking about whether they should get a dog or a cat or a puppy or a kitty. And when they start talking about dogs, they talk about what kinds of dogs or the breed of the dogs. Let's look at this word.
That's right. They were talking about a German Shepherd or a Labrador. And as you said, this is the breed, or maybe you can say a kind of dog.
That's right. So breed is the technical word to describe the kind of dog that something is. So like you said, these are 2 examples. There are many, many, many breeds that we can talk about, but we'll just leave it at this for now. But we talked about some other kinds of animals today. But we heard about some other kinds of animals today. Not dogs, not cats, maybe smaller animals.
That's right. One of the animals that the person mentioned was a ferret.
Ooh, a ferret. So this is a very small, kind of long animal.
That's right. You may have seen it pets before. They kind of look like, I don't know, they have the face of a rat maybe, but they're very long.
And they're thin.
They're very thin.
They're not like a rat because maybe their body shape is very, very different. But they're also kind of small and they like to eat those little insects and things, right?
I don't know if they have long tails like rats do. I think they have furry
tails. Their tails are different, yeah. So that's a ferret, but we also heard about a special kind of bird.
That's right. We talked about a parrot.
So, as you know, there are many different kinds of birds. You can see birds out your window all the time, but birds that come from tropical places, usually very, very colorful birds, are called parrots.
That's right. So, a parrot usually can talk or imitate what you say or sounds, right?
That's right. They're actually very famous in the bird world for having a good ability to reproduce or to mimic the sounds that you make. So if I say hello, my parrot says hello.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really strange.
They're very, very intelligent animals. So that's a parrot. And our last animal is a very small animal, very popular also to have as a pet. We talked about a hamster.
A hamster. So this is a little bit like a mouse. They're furry, they're small, they're round, and they live in glass cages or fish tanks usually.
Yeah, they're very small. They don't really do much. They're just little furry creatures, and they, I don't know, they just eat all day. Sometimes they get them those little wheels that they can get inside and run around all day.
That's right. Or when I was a child and we had a hamster, we had a special plastic ball, and you put the hamster in the ball, and he would go around the house.
Yeah, exactly. It's very fun. All right, so we took a look at the pets that you can buy, domestic animals, but taking a look at something very specific, when they were describing the responsibilities of having maybe a dog or a cat, they said they have to feed it, bathe it, walk it. So obviously we know that feed it is to give it food, but what about bathe it?
Okay, so you might know the word bath. Okay, that's a thing. It's a noun. Bathe is a verb, to bathe. And so I can bathe myself. That means I take a shower, I clean my body, or I can bathe something else, like an animal. So bathing a dog means basically washing a dog.
Right, so it sounds very fancy or formal if you say, I'm going to go take a shower, or you say, I'm going to go bathe.
Yeah, we don't really say that as much, but we often say bathe when we're talking about cleaning other things. Not a table, but cleaning people or animals.
Right, so you can say, did you bathe the baby?
Or did you bathe the dog?
Okay. So, and also remember that even though the dog may be female or male, we don't give it gender, right? We describe it as it.
That's right. Animals are almost always considered it in English, although some people who really love their animals call it he or she.
Right, right. So it's kind of your decision. It's not really incorrect if you say, oh, my dog, she's so beautiful, if it's a female. But, you know, technically you should say, my dog, it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've taken a look at a lot of words there. Why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue, and we'll be back in a bit.
We have been over this 100 times. We are not getting a pet.
Why not? Come on. Just a cute little puppy or a kitty.
Who's gonna look after a dog or a cat?
I will. I'll feed it, bathe it, and walk it every day. We can get a Labrador or a German Shepherd.
What if we want to take a vacation? Who will we leave it with? Plus, our apartment is too small for that breed of dog.
Okay. How about we get a cat? Or a ferret?
We're planning on having children soon. I don't think those animals are a good idea with a baby in the house.
Fine. Let's get a bird then. We can keep it in its cage and teach it to talk. A parrot would be awesome.
I'll tell you what. I can get you some hamsters, and we'll take it from there.
Yay!
All right, we're back. So now we've picked out 4 key phrases for you. Let's take a look at those now in Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So at the very beginning of today's conversation, we hear the first person say, we've been over this 100 times. So what does this mean? This means that they've never talked about this before?
No, this is actually the opposite, but it's a way to exaggerate, right? Because obviously they haven't maybe talked about getting a pet 100 times, but you're just making emphasis on the fact that we've talked about this many, many, many times.
And almost like you're tired of it. Like, oh, do we have to talk about this again?
Right.
It's like you said, an exaggeration to say, come on. So we've been over this 1,000,000 times. We've been over this 100 times. These are all ways of saying, oh, we have to talk about this again.
Exactly. You're emphasizing that, well, maybe you've done it too many times already. All right. And, well, when they were talking about the puppy or the kitty, the guy asked, well, who's going to look after the dog or the cat?
Okay, so this is an important phrase. We're going to treat this as a kind of a chunk. These words go together. To look after. So we could look after a baby or look after the pet. This means to watch or to care for.
Right, to take care. So maybe if you're going to go out tonight, you want to leave your son with a babysitter to look after him.
Right, to make sure that there are no problems or to make sure that he eats and goes to sleep.
Exactly. So to look after, to take care or to make sure he or she is okay. All right. And well, obviously the guy didn't want a puppy. He didn't want a kitty. So the girl was giving alternatives and said, well, how about we get a cat or a ferret?
Okay. The phrase here, how about, is very, very common in English. I think a lot of people who learn English have a hard time knowing when to use this phrase. How about?
That's right. So it's very simple. The phrase, how about, is to give an alternative, right?
Okay, or a suggestion. So, for example, you and I are talking about where to eat lunch, I don't know, and you give a suggestion, you say, how about pizza? And I say, I don't know, how about McDonald's? We're giving suggestions or offering alternatives.
Exactly. So this is the correct way of using how about. Many students make the mistake of using it as to say, how was it? Or how did it go? Right?
Right. So, how was your weekend? That's correct. How about your weekend?
That's incorrect.
No, do not say that. You want to say, how about this? How about that? How about a Coke? How about some food? These are suggestions, but a real question you have to say how was or how is.
Right. So never, never, never say, how about your weekend? That is incorrect. And it's actually very common to hear this from students. So remember, it's not correct. How about your weekend? No, incorrect.
So at the very end of the dialogue, we're talking about hamsters. I can get you some hamsters and we'll take it from there.
That's right. The phrase, take it from there. It's kind of a way of saying, look, let's start with something small or let's start with something simple and we will see how it goes.
So basically, the woman is saying, I don't want to commit, I don't want to agree to get a big animal like a dog or a cat because I'm not sure how it will be. I'm not sure if it will be too much responsibility. So she's saying, okay, we'll get something small and then we'll wait and we'll see what happens. We'll take it from there.
That's right. So it's basically saying, let's start slowly. So for example, maybe a guy asks you out, right? And says, hey, will you marry me? And you say, whoa.
Let's go on a date first and we'll take it from there.
Exactly.
We'll see what happens.
So let's start slowly. Let's take things step by step. All right. So that's all the phrases that we have for you today. I think we should listen to the dialogue one last time and we'll be back to talk a little bit more.
We have been over this 100 times. We are not getting a pet.
Why not? Come on. Just a cute little puppy or a kitty.
Who's gonna look after a dog or a cat?
I will. I'll feed it, bathe it, and walk it every day. We can get a Labrador or a German Shepherd.
What if we want to take a vacation? Who will we leave it with? Plus, our apartment is too small for that breed of dog.
Okay. How about we get a cat? Or a ferret?
We're planning on having children soon. I don't think those animals are a good idea with a baby in the house.
Fine. Let's get a bird then. We can keep it in its cage and teach it to talk. A parrot would be awesome.
I'll tell you what. I can get you some hamsters, and we'll take it from there.
Yay!
All right, Catherine, so what about pets? Are you a big pet lover? Do you like ferrets, hamsters, all this good stuff?
I don't like small pets. I love big pets. So as a kid, we had both. My brother really loved small animals like hamsters and ferrets and things like that. I just think they're a little bit stinky. They kind of smell funny. So ever since, I've always really liked big animals like dogs.
So you are a dog person.
I am a dog person.
This is something interesting that we describe in English. People say, I am a dog person, I am a cat person.
It's almost like it says something about your personality.
Exactly. So if you're a dog person, it means that you prefer dogs or you like dogs. If you're a cat person, you prefer cats.
And a lot of people really like dogs, but don't really like cats. Or they love cats and they can't stand dogs.
Right. I think it even gets to the point where I've heard that maybe on dates, people will ask, so are you a dog person or a cat person?
I know that's how I pick dates.
Really?
What about you? Are you a dog person or a cat person?
I'm definitely a dog person. I think,
Good answer.
yeah. I think cats are, they're nice and they're cuddly and I think they're very good indoor pets and a little bit more fun than maybe a hamster. But I think dogs have more life and are more energetic. I think cats are very lazy.
And I think sometimes cats like to play mind games. Like they're so smart that they can control you. That makes me uncomfortable.
All right. So, there are a lot of other pets out there. Some people have tarantulas. Some people have iguanas. Other people have fish.
Or horses.
Horses. If you have enough space, right? So we want to know, what kind of pets do you have or did you have as a kid?
That's right. Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have the beginning of a very long series on giving a presentation. So this series is at the intermediate level, right, Marco?
That's right. It's part of our business series. We previously took a look at how to go upon an interview. Now we're going to talk about presentation. So everything about a presentation, how to give a presentation, language you can use in a presentation, and a lot of other things like this.
That's right. So today we're going to talk about the very beginning of a presentation. Let's take a listen to this dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can you guys at the back hear everything?
I think all of you know why we are here this afternoon. As most of you are aware, 2010 marks an important moment for Alpha Computers. We have bounced back from the recession, and now we are set to launch our new line of laptop and desktop computers. I'm really pleased to welcome Michael Ford, the Global Marketing Manager for Alpha Computers, who has flown in from California to give all of you an overview of the marketing campaign and to answer any questions you may have. So please, give a warm welcome to Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Jonathan. It really is a pleasure to be here today. It has been 3 years since I visited Beijing, and it's clear to me that operations here are obviously going from strength to strength. The Alpha brand continues to grow in leaps and bounds in China, and that is certainly down to the hard work of all of you here. So congratulations to all of you. I'd like to start by outlining the key points of my presentation this afternoon and giving you an idea of the topics that will be discussed. The presentation today is divided into 5 main parts. First of all, I'd like to briefly touch on the background of the new X420 line, how the whole concept has come about, and how the new product fits into our existing brand line. Secondly, I'd like to present data on projected sales for the X420. We will then go on to discuss our key rivals in this sector. Then I'd like to go on to outline the campaign concept for the X420. Finally, I'm happy to open up the discussion for any questions or points you may have for me.
All right, we're back. So as you can see, it's the very beginning of a presentation. We're kind of starting to give people an idea what we're going to talk about. So let's take a look at some of the language Mr. Ford used on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So the reason Mr. Ford is giving a presentation is because he wants to talk about the company's new line of computers, right? And so he says that they're going to launch a new line of desktop and laptop computers.
That's right. So they want to launch a new line of laptops. So this verb to launch means to bring out to the market.
That's right. So instead of the word to start, which you could use in many different ways, like to start eating or to start swimming, in this case, to launch means you're going to introduce a new product to the market, like you said, Marco.
That's right. We are going to start selling to the market a new product. We're going to launch a new line of laptop and desktop computers.
For example, this spring, Steve Jobs launched the iPad, which is a new product.
That's right. So he launched the iPad and the iPhone 4.
They're always launching new things at Apple.
That's right. All right, so since they're launching this new line of laptop and desktop computers, Mr. Ford first wanted to give a brief overview of the marketing campaign.
Okay, so first of all, we're going to talk about how this product is being marketed. So you want to give a general picture or very simple picture of what's going to happen. So at the beginning, this will happen, then this will happen, at the end, this will happen. And that's what we call an overview.
That's right. So it's a brief or general idea of what we're talking about, an overview. Nothing too specific. We just want to give you a general idea.
That's right. After that, Mr. Ford starts talking, and he's talking about the presentation, which has many parts, and he wants to talk about what each part will contain. So he says, I'd like to briefly touch on the background of the new X420 line. So this verb to touch on, what does this mean?
Okay. So when he says he wants to touch on the background of this new computer, he's basically saying, I want to talk about.
All right, so this is potentially very confusing because we know the word to touch means to put your hand on something. But to touch on, this is a phrasal verb, this means to talk about or to address.
That's right. So, for example, a teacher at a university will touch on many topics during his lecture.
That's right. Or I'd like to touch on where we're going to dinner tonight because I'm very hungry.
Okay. So basically it's a nice way of saying I want to talk about this topic. Okay. And then, apart from touching on the background of the new computer, he said he also wants to talk about projected sales for this new computer.
Okay, so projected sales. This phrase includes two words. Sales means how much of something you sell, obviously. But projected means what you expect to sell. So the projected sales have not happened yet. They will happen in the future. And so they're basically my guess about sales.
That's right. So basically we are giving an estimate of what we think we will sell. Those are projected sales. We think we will sell 1,000 computers. Those are our projected sales.
Right. And after that, we have one more key word. This word comes at the very end of the speech. Mr. Ford says we will then go on to discuss our key rivals. Now, who is a rival, Marco?
Okay. So a rival is basically your competitor or maybe kind of your enemy.
All right, so in computers, who is Apple's rival?
Maybe HP or IBM or Dell.
Very good. So a rival is someone you compete with.
That's right. So he's going to talk about his key rivals. So basically, the word key is your most important rivals.
All right. So, for example, who is one of Batman's key rivals? Because we have rivals not just in business, but also in life.
That's right. So, for example, I think maybe Batman's key rival might be the Joker.
Or the Penguin.
Or the Penguin.
All right, so let's take another listen to today's dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment with some very important phrases.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can you guys at the back hear everything?
I think all of you know why we are here this afternoon. As most of you are aware, 2010 marks an important moment for Alpha computers. We have bounced back from the recession, and now we are set to launch our new line of laptop and desktop computers. I'm really pleased to welcome Michael Ford, the Global Marketing Manager for Alpha Computers, who has flown in from California to give all of you an overview of the marketing campaign and to answer any questions you may have. So please, give a warm welcome to Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Jonathan. It really is a pleasure to be here today. It has been 3 years since I visited Beijing, and it's clear to me that operations here are obviously going from strength to strength. The Alpha brand continues to grow in leaps and bounds in China, and that is certainly down to the hard work of all of you here. So congratulations to all of you. I'd like to start by outlining the key points of my presentation this afternoon and giving you an idea of the topics that will be discussed. The presentation today is divided into 5 main parts. First of all, I'd like to briefly touch on the background of the new X420 line, how the whole concept has come about, and how the new product fits into our existing brand line. Secondly, I'd like to present data on projected sales for the X420. We will then go on to discuss our key rivals in this sector. Then I'd like to go on to outline the campaign concept for the X420. Finally, I'm happy to open up the discussion for any questions or points you may have for me.
All right, so we've prepared 3 phrases for you. Let's take a look at those now on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So this first phrase is really important because it's about the part of the speech that happens before the speech begins. You know, usually you have a person who's going to talk about something, but you also have someone who introduces that person.
That's right.
You know, this is John. He's going to talk about computers. He's very smart. Listen to everything he says. So we usually hear the phrase, let's give a warm welcome to.
Yes, this is a very nice way of presenting someone. So obviously this person is talking to a group of people, and he's introducing Mr. Ford. So he says, let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Ford. So that's saying, let's clap, let's say hello to him.
That's right. So like you said, this is an invitation to clap. You have to clap when you hear this. Warm welcome means let's be nice to him. Let's all smile and encourage him. You know, you think about it. Someone who's going to give a speech is probably nervous. And so this helps them feel comfortable.
That's right. So it's a very nice way. If you're maybe presenting someone who's going to talk, you can say, let's give a warm welcome to whoever you're presenting. Okay, now when Mr. Ford was talking, he mentioned this very interesting phrase about operations. He said, it's clear to me that operations here are obviously going from strength to strength.
Okay, so that means things are going well. You do one thing, you do it well. You move on to another thing, you do that well as well.
Okay, so that's what it means, from strength to strength. So we're saying that things are going from good to better.
That's right.
And getting better. Okay. And what about our last phrase?
Our last phrase is kind of similar to the last one. The Alpha brand continues to grow in leaps and bounds. All right, so you can have a company that grows. It grows a little. You can have a company that grows quite a bit. Then you have a company that grows in leaps and bounds. That means a lot.
Okay. So to leap is to jump, right?
That's right.
And so this is what we're saying. We're just jumping higher and higher. We're getting bigger and bigger, or better and better.
That's right. So this is an exaggeration. It's like saying that it's not going quickly. It's going the speed of light. You know, it's just so fast. All of a sudden, just really growing.
Okay. A lot of interesting phrases there. A lot of key vocab. I think we can listen to this dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
Hi everyone, can everyone hear me? Can you guys at the back hear everything?
I think all of you know why we are here this afternoon. As most of you are aware, 2010 marks an important moment for Alpha Computers. We have bounced back from the recession, and now we are set to launch our new line of laptop and desktop computers. I'm really pleased to welcome Michael Ford, the Global Marketing Manager for Alpha Computers, who has flown in from California to give all of you an overview of the marketing campaign and to answer any questions you may have. So please, give a warm welcome to Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Jonathan. It really is a pleasure to be here today. It has been 3 years since I visited Beijing, and it's clear to me that operations here are obviously going from strength to strength. The Alpha brand continues to grow in leaps and bounds in China, and that is certainly down to the hard work of all of you here. So congratulations to all of you. I'd like to start by outlining the key points of my presentation this afternoon and giving you an idea of the topics that will be discussed. The presentation today is divided into 5 main parts. First of all, I'd like to briefly touch on the background of the new X420 line, how the whole concept has come about, and how the new product fits into our existing brand line. Secondly, I'd like to present data on projected sales for the X420. We will then go on to discuss our key rivals in this sector. Then I'd like to go on to outline the campaign concept for the X420. Finally, I'm happy to open up the discussion for any questions or points you may have for me.
All right, so as we mentioned, this is the first part of a 10-part series all about public speaking, giving a presentation. We're going to talk about many aspects of a presentation like charts and graphs and using PowerPoint, all these really modern ways of giving a presentation.
That's right, and we're going to try and talk to you about some of the places in presentations that English learners tend to struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's sometimes very hard to know what to say, especially like in today's lesson. How do you introduce someone in a presentation? It's not very common to learn how to say that. So we hope that through these podcasts, you'll be able to learn some really important phrases and become more comfortable while you're giving presentations in English.
That's right. And of course, if you have any questions about these lessons or any of our lessons, you can always find us at englishpod.com, or you can send us also your suggestions about any lesson topics you may have.
That's right. So we hope to hear from you. Please let us know what you're thinking. And until next time, everyone. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we've got part 3 of an exciting series we've got for you at the elementary level.
That's right. As you may remember, this is a series that we're studying all about a job interview. So in the first part, we just talked about the introduction. The second part was talking about your personal background. And now we're going to talk about your educational background.
Okay, so the key topic here today is education. Let's take a listen to this dialogue, and we'll be back in a minute.
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English, and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So the girl was talking about her education, about her university, and she talked about some very interesting words. So why don't we take a look at those and language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
So, at the very beginning, Mr. Parsons, who's the interviewer here, asks Rebecca about her background and says, I see that you completed your BA in English.
Okay, so we have an acronym there, a BA.
This stands for bachelor's, or usually a 4-year degree at the beginning of your university studies.
That's right. So it's a type of degree, right? A BA is, as you say, your bachelor's degree, and it usually takes 4 years.
That's right. You have a Bachelor of the Arts, BA, but you also have a Bachelor of Science, which is a BS. So as you can tell, one is for the arts, like art history, music, things like that. The other is for sciences, like physics or chemistry.
Very good. All right, so she has a BA in English, so she obviously studied the English language in university. Then she moved on to talk about her major and minor.
That's right. So, as you know, a degree is not just a degree in the arts in general, but it usually has a focus or an area of focus. So, her area of focus, her major was English. This is the most important part of her studies. So many of her courses, most of her courses at university were in English.
That's right, but she also has a minor in business studies.
Okay, that means she also studied business and business studies. That's not as important as her English studies, but it was very much a part of her degree.
So let's say that when she was studying in university, 70% of what she studied was related to her major, English. And maybe 30% was her minor, was business studies.
That's right. And she goes on to talk about herself and her friends who describe her as a bookworm. This is a really nice adjective and very common in English.
That's right. So if you are a bookworm or you describe yourself as a bookworm, it means that you like to study a lot. You like to read a lot of books.
So bookworm is just like what you said, is someone who really likes to read, someone who's always reading, maybe someone who lives in the library.
So that's why you call them a bookworm. They live in the library or they read a lot of books. All right, so that's the noun bookworm. Now moving on to other parts of university. When you're studying, you're not only studying English or sciences and things like that. Sometimes you also do other activities or other things.
That's right. So you have your schoolwork, which is during school. It's English and business studies for this woman, Rebecca. But you also have what you do outside of school. This is called extracurricular activities. So that's a long word, extracurricular.
That's right. So extracurricular means it's not in the curriculum, right?
That's right. It's outside of school.
So it's not really like a specific subject or something that's related to your studies. If you don't do extracurricular activities, it's okay, right?
That's right. A lot of people don't do any extracurricular activities, but many people do. For example, writing for the school newspaper or playing soccer.
Exactly. So those are extracurricular activities. Anything that you want to do in university apart from studying, playing soccer, writing, etc.
And it's not just university. You can do these in high school as well.
Okay, very good. So those are the words that we have picked out for you today. I think they're very specific to education. And I think we should go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit with Fluency Builder.
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So now let's start off with our first phrase on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So Rebecca's talking about her father and her friends, and she says she's a bookworm, but her father always pushed us, that means her and her family members, her siblings, to succeed. And this verb, to push us, to push someone, is very important because it's not the same as like to push a door.
Right. So it's not physically that you're pushing somebody. It's actually to motivate somebody or to inspire someone to become better at something.
That's right. So to push someone is to encourage them to do something bad. It's not always a good thing. So
right.
She was always pushing me to do what she wanted to do, not what I wanted to do. That means someone's always trying to influence you or to get you to do something.
Exactly. So, as you say, to push someone is to influence them, to motivate them, to encourage them to do something, good or bad. Well, and Mr. Parsons agreed with her dad's encouragement, and he said, well, it really paid off.
Okay, this is a great verbal phrase, to pay off. This means to have benefits. Okay, so all of your hard work really paid off.
So you can see the results. You can see the positive results of your hard work. It paid off.
You could even ask someone, all that hard work, did it pay off?
Right. So that you're basically asking, was it worth it?
Yeah.
Okay, to pay off. And, well, when she was talking about extracurricular activities, she said she was always keen on writing.
Now, I think this is more common among British people to say you're keen on something, but it basically means to like. So remember the phrase keen on. This is the preposition here, keen on. I'm keen on writing.
So can you say that you are keen on someone?
Yes, you can. That means you like someone, maybe romantically.
Okay, so it's kind of, as Catherine said, a more of a British thing, but it's correct and you can use it in replacement of to like. I think it also sounds a little bit more formal. Instead of saying, well, I've always liked writing, if she says, well, I've always been keen on writing, I think it sounds nice.
A little smarter.
Yeah. All right, and our last word, it's actually an interesting word, it might be a little bit complicated to understand, but when she said that, volunteering was very fulfilling and to be part of a group.
Okay, fulfilling sounds a lot like the word filling, but you shouldn't confuse these two because the meaning is very different, right? So something that is fulfilling makes you feel really good. You maybe you don't make money from it or you don't get a lot of praise from it, but it still makes you feel happy about life for yourself or something.
So you get satisfaction. Now notice the pronunciation. You don't say fulfilling.
No, you say fulfilling.
Fulfilling. So the L there is kind of silent.
Kind of optional. But maybe you could ask someone, what do you find fulfilling in your life?
Or you can ask, do you think your job is fulfilling?
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of great words there, a lot of interesting things related to education and not so much. Why don't we go back and listen to the dialogue one last time?
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so talking about going to university, I think they used a really specific verb there that's worth mentioning. She said, I attended York University in the UK. So to attend.
That's right. So you can say I studied at York University, but the more formal way of saying that I was a student at York University is to say I attended that school. So to attend means to be a student at that place.
Okay. And what about you, Catherine? Did you participate in any extracurricular activities back in college?
I did. I participated in a lot of extracurricular activities. I was in the orchestra at my university, and I played in a lot of musical groups. I also was in a discussion group for politics, and the India-Pakistan dialogue group, and I was in a number of different film clubs. So we would talk about film, and I even helped out at the TV station for my university.
Oh, wow. The university had a TV station.
Yeah, so all of it was student directed. So basically the students controlled the TV station.
That's really interesting. I think these types of extracurricular activities are, as many as these, are maybe not as common in other places, or maybe they're a little bit different. I know, for example, in the U.S., you have all these political ones and a lot of sports and things like that, but you also have very strange, far ones like, I don't know, like there's a cooking club, and there's even like a gardening club, I've heard.
Astronomy
club. There's all types of extracurricular activities.
Well, what's really nice about a lot of American universities is that there are many, many resources that students can use. And so maybe the reason there's a cooking club is because there are massive kitchens that the students can use to cook food and experiment, and even teachers and professors sometimes come to help. So it's a really nice environment because everyone's teaching each other.
Right. No, it's very, very interesting. And we're actually curious to know how universities work in your country. Are you able to have a minor in a subject? Because many universities don't offer this option.
Right, they just have one major and that's all.
Right, or maybe are you able to participate in extracurricular activities?
Like sports or radio or writing? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, so we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we've got part 3 of an exciting series we've got for you at the elementary level.
That's right. As you may remember, this is a series that we're studying all about a job interview. So in the first part, we just talked about the introduction. The second part was talking about your personal background. And now we're going to talk about your educational background.
Okay, so the key topic here today is education. Let's take a listen to this dialogue, and we'll be back in a minute.
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English, and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So the girl was talking about her education, about her university, and she talked about some very interesting words. So why don't we take a look at those and language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
So, at the very beginning, Mr. Parsons, who's the interviewer here, asks Rebecca about her background and says, I see that you completed your BA in English.
Okay, so we have an acronym there, a BA.
This stands for bachelor's, or usually a 4-year degree at the beginning of your university studies.
That's right. So it's a type of degree, right? A BA is, as you say, your bachelor's degree, and it usually takes 4 years.
That's right. You have a Bachelor of the Arts, BA, but you also have a Bachelor of Science, which is a BS. So as you can tell, one is for the arts, like art history, music, things like that. The other is for sciences, like physics or chemistry.
Very good. All right, so she has a BA in English, so she obviously studied the English language in university. Then she moved on to talk about her major and minor.
That's right. So, as you know, a degree is not just a degree in the arts in general, but it usually has a focus or an area of focus. So, her area of focus, her major was English. This is the most important part of her studies. So many of her courses, most of her courses at university were in English.
That's right, but she also has a minor in business studies.
Okay, that means she also studied business and business studies. That's not as important as her English studies, but it was very much a part of her degree.
So let's say that when she was studying in university, 70% of what she studied was related to her major, English. And maybe 30% was her minor, was business studies.
That's right. And she goes on to talk about herself and her friends who describe her as a bookworm. This is a really nice adjective and very common in English.
That's right. So if you are a bookworm or you describe yourself as a bookworm, it means that you like to study a lot. You like to read a lot of books.
So bookworm is just like what you said, is someone who really likes to read, someone who's always reading, maybe someone who lives in the library.
So that's why you call them a bookworm. They live in the library or they read a lot of books. All right, so that's the noun bookworm. Now moving on to other parts of university. When you're studying, you're not only studying English or sciences and things like that. Sometimes you also do other activities or other things.
That's right. So you have your schoolwork, which is during school. It's English and business studies for this woman, Rebecca. But you also have what you do outside of school. This is called extracurricular activities. So that's a long word, extracurricular.
That's right. So extracurricular means it's not in the curriculum, right?
That's right. It's outside of school.
So it's not really like a specific subject or something that's related to your studies. If you don't do extracurricular activities, it's okay, right?
That's right. A lot of people don't do any extracurricular activities, but many people do. For example, writing for the school newspaper or playing soccer.
Exactly. So those are extracurricular activities. Anything that you want to do in university apart from studying, playing soccer, writing, etc.
And it's not just university. You can do these in high school as well.
Okay, very good. So those are the words that we have picked out for you today. I think they're very specific to education. And I think we should go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit with Fluency Builder.
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're back. So now let's start off with our first phrase on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So Rebecca's talking about her father and her friends, and she says she's a bookworm, but her father always pushed us, that means her and her family members, her siblings, to succeed. And this verb, to push us, to push someone, is very important because it's not the same as like to push a door.
Right. So it's not physically that you're pushing somebody. It's actually to motivate somebody or to inspire someone to become better at something.
That's right. So to push someone is to encourage them to do something bad. It's not always a good thing. So
right.
She was always pushing me to do what she wanted to do, not what I wanted to do. That means someone's always trying to influence you or to get you to do something.
Exactly. So as you say, to push someone is to influence them, to motivate them, to encourage them to do something good or bad. Well, and Mr. Parsons agreed with her dad's encouragement, and he said, well, it really paid off.
Okay, this is a great verbal phrase, to pay off. This means to have benefits. Okay, so all of your hard work really paid off.
So you can see the results. You can see the positive results of your hard work. It paid off.
You could even ask someone, all that hard work, did it pay off?
Right. So that you're basically asking, was it worth it?
Yeah.
Okay, to pay off. And, well, when she was talking about extracurricular activities, she said she was always keen on writing.
Now, I think this is more common among British people to say you're keen on something, but it basically means to like. So remember the phrase keen on. This is the preposition here, keen on. I'm keen on writing.
So can you say that you are keen on someone?
Yes, you can. That means you like someone, maybe romantically.
Okay, so it's kind of, as Catherine said, a more of a British thing, but it's correct and you can use it in replacement of to like. I think it also sounds a little bit more formal. Instead of saying, well, I've always liked writing, if she says, well, I've always been keen on writing, I think it sounds nice.
A little smarter.
Yeah. All right. And our last word, it's actually an interesting word. It might be a little bit complicated to understand, but when she said that, volunteering was very fulfilling and to be part of a group.
Okay, fulfilling sounds a lot like the word filling, but you shouldn't confuse these two because the meaning is very different, right? So something that is fulfilling makes you feel really good. You maybe you don't make money from it or you don't get a lot of praise from it, but it still makes you feel happy about life or yourself or something.
So you get satisfaction. Now notice the pronunciation. You don't say fulfilling.
No, you say fulfilling.
Fulfilling. So the L there is kind of silent.
Kind of optional. But maybe you could ask someone, what do you find fulfilling in your life?
Or you can ask, do you think your job is fulfilling?
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of great words there, a lot of interesting things related to education and not so much. Why don't we go back and listen to the dialogue one last time?
Now, if I look here, I see that you completed a BA in English.
Yes, that's right. After graduating from high school in New York, I attended York University in the UK. My major was English and my minor was business. I completed my BA in 2004.
Yes, I'm pleased to see that you also got a distinction.
Yes, that's right. I've always enjoyed studying. My friends say I'm a bit of a bookworm, but my father always pushed us to succeed at school.
Well, it looks like his encouragement paid off, Rebecca. So how about extracurricular activities at university?
Well, I've always been keen on writing, so I became the editor for the university student newspaper, which I really loved. Also, I volunteered for a group called Shelter to help the homeless in New York.
What did that involve?
Providing warm meals and shelter, especially in the winter months. I found it really fulfilling to be part of that group.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's move on to your work experience, shall we?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so talking about going to university, I think they used a really specific verb there that's worth mentioning. She said, I attended York University in the UK. So to attend.
That's right. So you can say I studied at York University, but the more formal way of saying that I was a student at York University is to say I attended that school. So to attend means to be a student at that place.
Okay. And what about you, Catherine? Did you participate in any extracurricular activities back in college?
I did. I participated in a lot of extracurricular activities. I was in the orchestra at my university, and I played in a lot of musical groups. I also was in a discussion group for politics, and the India-Pakistan dialogue group, and I was in a number of different film clubs. So we would talk about film, and I even helped out at the TV station for my university.
Oh, wow. The university had a TV station.
Yeah, so all of it was student-directed. So basically, the students controlled the TV station.
That's really interesting. I think these types of extracurricular activities are, as many as these, are maybe not as common in other places, or maybe they're a little bit different. I know, for example, in the U.S., you have all these political ones and a lot of sports and things like that, but you also have very strange far ones like I don't know, like there's a cooking club and there's even like a like a gardening club, I've heard.
Astronomy club.
Astronomy club. There's all types of extracurricular activities.
Well, what's really nice about a lot of American universities is that there are many, many resources that students can use. And so maybe the reason there's a cooking club is because there are massive kitchens that the students can use to cook food and experiment, and even teachers and professors sometimes come to help. So it's a really nice environment because everyone's teaching each other.
Right. No, it's very, very interesting. And we're actually curious to know how universities work in your country. Are you able to have a minor in a subject? Because many universities don't offer this option.
Right. They just have one major and that's all.
Right. Or maybe are you able to participate in extracurricular activities?
Like sports or radio or writing? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right. So we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have an elementary level lesson for you.
That's right. Today we are getting a tattoo.
Okay, so a tattoo is a picture that you get on your body, and it lasts forever.
That's right. So we're going to get a tattoo. We're going to talk about this very popular form of art on your skin. And so let's start with the dialogue. Let's listen to it, and we'll be back in a bit.
I have made up my mind. I'm getting a tattoo.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, why not? They're trendy and look great. I want to get a dragon on my arm or maybe a tiger on my back.
Yeah, but it's something that you'll have forever. They use indelible ink that can only be removed with laser treatment. On top of all of that, I've heard it hurts a lot.
Really?
Of course. They use this machine with a needle that pokes your skin and inserts the ink.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they just painted on your skin or something.
I think you should reconsider and do some more research about tattoos. Also, find out where the nearest tattoo parlor is and make sure that you sterilize needles and the place is hygienic.
Maybe I should just get a tongue piercing.
Ew.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at 5 keywords that we've picked out for you on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So the first phrase that we have here on Language Takeaway is indelible ink.
That's right. When you get a tattoo, they draw it on your skin with indelible ink.
Okay, well, ink is what you find in a pen. So when you write with ink. And this is something that you can also paint with. But in this case, we're talking about indelible inks. That means it's going to be permanent in your skin.
So something that is indelible means that you cannot delete or erase.
That's right. You can't take it away.
Okay, indelible ink. Or sometimes people just say permanent ink.
That's right.
Okay, so obviously if you get a tattoo with indelible ink, it is if you want to get it removed, now you can with laser treatment.
Okay, so laser treatment uses this very strong light to burn the ink out of your skin, and it is something that you actually have to go and do many, many times to get the tattoo removed. I've also heard that it's very painful.
Yeah, I've heard that it hurts a lot, more than getting the tattoo.
Right, so laser removal or laser treatment is something that you do when you want to take a tattoo off your body.
I think they also use laser treatment to remove, maybe you have stains on your skin, like from the sun, or even to remove hair, I heard.
Yeah, laser hair removal is something that many people do to take away some of the hair on their bodies that they don't like.
Okay. So obviously because tattoos are forever, this friend is asking this other person to reconsider and do some more research about tattoos.
Well, to consider something means to think about it. So to reconsider means to think about it again.
Right. So if you're going to make a big decision, you should reconsider what you're going to do.
For example, I really want to have a hamburger for dinner, but maybe I should reconsider because hamburgers aren't very healthy. Maybe I should decide on a salad or something.
Very good. Okay. So to reconsider. Now, obviously, when we have a tattoo done, when we get a tattoo, they use this little machine that has a needle inside and it vibrates very, very fast and it kind of injects the ink. So the friend tells this person to make sure that when they use this machine, they use sterilized needles.
Okay, so needles are those very small little things that go into your skin. They hurt. When you get a shot, the doctor will use a needle as well. But a sterilized needle is a needle that is clean.
So something that is sterilized means clean.
That's right, but it's clean for medical use. That means that maybe someone used alcohol or even fire to clean something.
Okay, so as you said, it needs to go through a process to be sterilized. Like if you wash your dishes, they're not sterilized.
No, but if you are getting surgery on your body, the doctor is going to cut you open. He will use sterilized tools.
Okay, very good. And moving on to our last word, very much related to sterilized needles. We're talking about something that is hygienic, to make sure that everything is hygienic when you get a tattoo done.
Okay, well, something that is hygienic is clean. So if you have a baby, you want to make sure that the room that the baby is in is very hygienic. So you clean it very often. Maybe you use some sterilizer to clean the different surfaces and things like that because babies can get sick easily.
That's right. Okay, very good. So we've taken a look at 5 keywords there. Why don't we listen to our dialogue again? We can review what we've just learned, and we'll be back in a little bit with Fluency Builder.
I have made up my mind. I'm getting a tattoo.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, why not? They're trendy and look great. I want to get a dragon on my arm or maybe a tiger on my back.
Yeah, but it's something that you'll have forever. They use indelible ink that can only be removed with laser treatment. On top of all of that, I've heard it hurts a lot.
Really?
Of course. They use this machine with a needle that pokes your skin and inserts the ink.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they just painted on your skin or something.
I think you should reconsider and do some more research about tattoos. Also, find out where the nearest tattoo parlor is and make sure they use sterilized needles and the place is hygienic.
Maybe I should just get a tongue piercing.
Ew.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
We only have 3 phrases today, but the first one is a phrase you'll hear very, very often in English. It's, I've made up my mind.
That's right. The dialogue starts by saying, I've made up my mind. I am getting a tattoo. So what does it mean if you have made up your mind?
Well, it means that you have decided something. I have decided to do something. And the present tense of this phrase is to make up someone's mind. So I make up my mind, you make up your mind, he makes up his mind.
Okay, so if you're choosing something or making a decision, when you finally make that decision, that means that you have made up your mind.
Maybe we're shopping, Marco, and you're thinking, well, do I want this or do I want that? Well, I'll say, come on, Marco, make up your mind.
That's right.
That means just pick one. Just decide.
Decide. Very good. So a very common phrase, to make up your mind, to make a decision. And, well, as we continued on with the dialogue, the friend was saying how the tattoos are forever, and if you want to get it removed, you need to use laser treatment, and ends this part by saying, on top of all that, I have heard it hurts a lot.
On top of all that. This means, and even more. So basically, when you're trying to give reasons for something, maybe reasons for doing something or reasons for not doing something, you give your reasons, and at the end you say, and on top of all that. So in addition, or even more than that, this is the case. So
right. So maybe we're talking about a car and you say, well, that car is not very reliable. It uses a lot of fuel. It's very uncomfortable inside. And on top of that, it's expensive.
And on top of all that, it's ugly.
That's right. So you're kind of listing things and you're telling the person why you think something is good or bad, and then you end it by giving a final reason. And on top of that.
Exactly.
All right. And our last phrase, it's actually interesting because the place where you go and get a tattoo is called a tattoo parlor.
Okay, it's a parlor. Now, this is interesting because you might think that you would say a tattoo shop, but we don't say this. So think about a beauty salon or beauty parlor. A parlor is a shop where we get our appearance changed. In this case, a tattoo parlor is a special shop where you can get a tattoo, or in the case of this person, maybe get your ears pierced or your tongue pierced or your nose pierced. So a tattoo parlor is a place to go for that.
All right. So a lot of phrases there. Let's review everything one last time and we'll be back to talk some more.
I have made up my mind. I'm getting a tattoo.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, why not? They're trendy and look great. I want to get a dragon on my arm or maybe a tiger on my back.
Yeah, but it's something that you'll have forever. They use indelible ink that can only be removed with laser treatment. On top of all of that, I've heard it hurts a lot.
Really?
Of course. They use this machine with a needle that pokes your skin and inserts the ink.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they just painted on your skin or something.
I think you should reconsider and do some more research about tattoos. Also, find out where the nearest tattoo parlor is and make sure they use sterilized needles and the place is hygienic.
Maybe I should just get a tongue piercing.
Ew.
So talking about tattoos and also piercings, a very popular thing nowadays, especially we didn't touch on the piercing aspect of the dialogue. To get your ears pierced or to get your tongue pierced means that you're going to create a hole in your tongue so you can put a ring or something in it.
That's right. So many women have their ears pierced. This means that they can wear earrings, and these are small holes in the bottom of your ear. But a lot of people nowadays like to get their nose pierced, so a hole in the side of the nose, or their tongues pierced.
That's right. You see people now get eyebrows pierced, their lips pierced. Even below the lip, like, I don't know, near the chin, between the chin and the lip, they get this thing through it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, also I've seen belly buttons.
Belly buttons
like
get
on your
pierced.
stomach, yeah.
That's right. And tattoos as well. Tattoos are so popular now. People get tattoos, arms, legs, your neck, face, everywhere now.
That's right, and there are special names for these in English. For example, if you have a very big tattoo in your arm from your shoulder to your elbow, that's called a sleeve tattoo because it looks like a permanent sleeve.
That's right. And actually, women get tattoos also, but for cosmetic reasons. Like many women get their eyebrows tattooed.
Yeah, I've seen this. So some women like to get these tattoos that look like makeup. So maybe if you want your nice eyebrows all the time, you get these eyebrow tattoos. Or if you want some dark lines under your eyes, like eyeliner, then you get the eyeliner tattoo.
Also, I've seen the lip liner tattoo. They do it around the lips to make it seem like you consistently have lip liner.
Interesting. Well, I don't know if I do that because some days you just don't want to wear makeup.
That's right. But actually, tattoos in many cultures are frowned upon. I know that until very recently in Japanese culture, tattoos were illegal because they were synonym of the Yakuza.
And in Jewish culture, you're not allowed to have a tattoo on your body. And so that if you die with a tattoo, you cannot go to a Jewish graveyard.
Oh, really? I've also heard that in many countries, some job positions, you cannot obtain if you have a tattoo.
Well,
it's very interesting. I don't know why that would influence it.
I think it's definitely culture to culture because it's very popular in America right now to have tattoos, but in China and Japan and East Asia, they're definitely frowned upon. I think.
Even, for example, in the armed forces in the United States, it's very popular for them to have an American flag or something. You see it all the time in movies, but in other countries, you cannot join the armed forces if you have a tattoo.
Interesting. Well, let us know, is having a tattoo okay in your culture, or do people tend to think that it's a bad thing?
Or maybe you have have a tattoo.
Do you have a tattoo or a piercing in your nose or your lip or your tongue? Let us know. Our website is EnglishPod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about a very popular kind of movie.
That's right. Today we're talking about Twilight and all the creatures that you can find in this new movie.
Okay, so the name of the movie is Twilight. Let's take a listen to today's dialogue. We'll be back in a moment to talk about what's going on.
You want to go to the movies tonight?
Sure. What's playing?
The new Twilight movie!
Twilight? As in the vampire movies? No way am I watching that. I don't understand why everyone is so excited about these films about vampires. It doesn't make sense.
Of course it does. It's like a modern tale of Romeo and Juliet. You have a couple that is in love but can't be together because they are so different. Add in the fact that immortality and superhuman strength is really sexy, and there you have it. Plus, the cast is hip. Young people that make the movie even more enticing.
I don't buy into that. I think it's just a fad. Pretty soon this will pass and everyone will be into werewolves or zombies.
All right, we're back. So now let's just jump into some vocab. Let's take a look at what we've chosen for you on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so in language takeaway today, Marco, we have 3 different kinds of creature or monster.
That's right. So if anyone knows about the movie Twilight, it's mostly about vampires.
That's right. So vampires are a kind of imaginary creature that like to suck people's blood.
Right.
They have long teeth.
That's right. So they look like people and they go out at night and they drink people's blood.
And they can't stand in the sunlight because they will die if they're in the sunlight.
That's right. All right. So we have vampires. And also another type of imaginary creature that we find here is werewolves. We can find werewolves.
Okay, so you know the word wolf. A wolf is an animal, but a werewolf is a man or a woman who turns into an animal when the moon is full.
Right. So you are a man or a woman by day, but then at night when there is a full moon, you transform into a wolf. So you are a werewolf.
And we have one other kind of monster here. This is a very disgusting kind of monster called a zombie.
All right. Also very popular in the movies, you have zombies. So they're people who are dead, but they're still alive.
That's right. So they can't think. All they want to do is eat other people. And they're usually very, very stupid, and you have to cut their heads off to kill them.
That's right. So zombies are also a very popular type of creature in these movies. So we have 3 creatures: vampires, werewolves, and zombies. But now let's move on to some of the other vocab that we found. When the friend was explaining about the movie and how it's very cool, she said that the cast is hip.
Okay, so something that is hip is also very cool. Mm-hmm. So a hip person is someone who's really interesting or cool or maybe up to date, current.
Right, very popular. Mm-hmm. So for example, you can also talk about a place, a restaurant, or a club as being very hip.
That's right. So you can say, these days, bell-bottom pants are not hip anymore. They were hip in the 1970s.
That's right. So they're not cool, they're not popular, they're not up to date. Now, moving on to the end of that paragraph, we see that the explanation continued in saying that the movie makes it even more enticing, having a hip cast and a sexy theme.
So something that is enticing, it makes you want it, okay? Mm-hmm. So an enticing movie attracts people. Mm-hmm. So I find I find warm apple pie very enticing. It makes me want to eat it.
Okay, so something that is enticing basically makes you want to have it, or it makes you desire it.
Exactly.
All right, and our last word for language takeaway, when the friend was kind of skeptical and said, you know what, I think it's just a fad.
Okay, something is a fad if it is a passing trend. So it's not always popular. It's only popular for a short time.
So the word is fad, F-A-D. It sounds very similar to fat, but it's not. It's a fad.
Fad. So we can say that Twilight is a fad. It's something that's popular now, but that might not be popular in 2 years.
Exactly. So it's something that's very popular now, but maybe later it won't be. Like maybe, for example, Harry Potter was a fad.
Exactly. So that's language takeaway for today, but don't go anywhere. We still have some great phrases for you coming up in Fluency Builder.
You want to go to the movies tonight?
Sure. What's playing?
The new Twilight movie!
Twilight? As in the vampire movies? No way am I watching that. I don't understand why everyone is so excited about these films about vampires. It doesn't make sense.
Of course it does. It's like a modern tale of Romeo and Juliet. You have a couple that is in love but can't be together because they are so different. Add in the fact that immortality and superhuman strength is really sexy, and there you have it. Plus, the cast is hip. Young people that make the movie even more enticing.
I don't buy into that. I think it's just a fad. Pretty soon this will pass and everyone will be into werewolves or zombies.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at a couple of phrases we've picked out for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
The first phrase that we have today is related to this idea of going to the movies. And so one of the characters today said, sure, I want to go to the movies. What's playing?
That's right. Now, this question is a key question, and you can use this whenever you want to know what movie is currently being shown at the theater or at the cinema.
Okay, so what movie is playing? There are many movies playing, or there are no good movies playing tonight.
That's right.
So a movie plays at a theater.
Exactly. So you want to know what movie is playing? You say, what movie is playing tonight? All right. So now for our next phrase, this is actually going back to the qualities of vampires. One of the people in the dialogue described vampires as having superhuman strength.
Okay, so in this case, super means more than. So superhuman strength is more than what's normal for a human being. So maybe a human can pick up a table, but superhuman strength means that if I have it, maybe I can pick up a car.
That's right.
Or something that's very unusual, very, very heavy.
That's right. So superhuman strength, we're talking about how strong you are. And then you can also mix it up with other qualities of a person. So for example, you can have superhuman speed. You're very, very fast.
Superman is someone who had both superhuman strength and superhuman speed.
That's right. So it's a way to describe a person having a quality that's more than normal. And for our next phrase, after superhuman strength and something that's really sexy, that person says, and there you have it.
And there you have it.
So why do you end that sentence where, and there you have it?
And there you have it means, and that's the explanation why.
Okay.
So let's think of the question. The question is, why do people like these vampire movies? And the other person said, well, vampires are sexy and they're immortal and they have superhuman strength. And there you have it.
Right.
So that means, and that's why.
Okay, so it's usually this phrase, and there you have it. You have to explain something or give a couple of ideas before you say it, before you use it.
All right, and exactly. And the key here is that, and there you have it, comes at the end of that statement. So
always.
Well, why is Jim popular? You could say, well, he's funny, he's smart, he's good looking, and there you have it.
Right. Perfect. So you're basically saying, and that's the reason why. All right. And for our last phrase, when we were talking about a fad, the person said, pretty soon this will pass and everyone will be into werewolves or zombies. So this might seem a little bit confusing. What does it mean by everyone will be into werewolves and zombies?
Okay, so let's take a look at this as a phrase. To be into. I am into something. You are into something. This means I am interested in. Okay, so I could say I am into books and movies. Marco, what are you into?
So if I say I am into surfing and bungee jumping,
I would say it sounds like you're interested in, or it sounds like you like sports, extreme sports.
So you can be not only into activities, but you can be into a specific type of movies. For example, I'm really into horror movies.
And I could say I'm not into horror movies. I am into romantic comedies.
Okay. So it's another way of saying that you enjoy it or you like it or you realize some type of activity.
Exactly.
All right.
That's it for Fluency Builder. Let's take another listen to today's dialogue and we'll be right back.
You want to go to the movies tonight?
Sure. What's playing?
The new Twilight movie!
Twilight? As in the vampire movies? No way am I watching that. I don't understand why everyone is so excited about these films about vampires. It doesn't make sense.
Of course it does. It's like a modern tale of Romeo and Juliet. You have a couple that is in love but can't be together because they are so different. Add in the fact that immortality and superhuman strength is really sexy, and there you have it. Plus, the cast is hip. Young people that make the movie even more enticing.
I don't buy into that. I think it's just a fad. Pretty soon this will pass and everyone will be into werewolves or zombies.
All right, we're back. So obviously the dialogue revolves around Twilight and vampires, but mostly it's all about, as we said, something that's hip, that's current, that's popular now, but many times is also a fad.
That's right. So let's think. What was a fad from the 1980s?
I think the 80s, the fad was... maybe we can talk about the hairstyles. Men and women had those big kind of hairstyles, long in the back and very, very tall in the front.
That's right. So in the 80s, as far as fashion fads, things that were only popular for a short time, we had big hair and we had bright colors like electric pink and green and blue, and also those t-shirts that would change color when it was hot or cold.
Oh, those were really cool. I think those should come back.
Those were super hip. Well, and now it's hip to wear 80s clothes.
Yeah.
So it's another fad.
Right, exactly. Because then that's called that you're being, you like, what is it? Like
retro.
Retro, yeah.
Yeah, retro means you like to use styles from
the 70s,
from
the 80s.
A long time ago. So yeah, 70s style or 80s style.
And well, in the movies now, the fad before was magic and sorcerers. You had Harry Potter. Now it's turned to vampires.
That's right. I wonder what the fad will be in a couple of years. I don't agree with the person in today's dialogue. I don't think zombies will be a fad. There was a short period a couple of years ago when there were many, many zombie movies.
Yeah.
For example, Resident Evil or Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, yeah.
But I wonder in the future if we're going to be seeing movies about other things.
Yeah, I imagine maybe not in these creatures. I don't know. I guess vampires have always been kind of sexy because, as you know, they're immortal and
they're good looking.
They're usually very good looking and charming, and that's how they get their victims.
That's right.
But it's interesting to see. Let us know. We're really curious if there are any local fads in your country, because sometimes fads can be regional.
That's right. So let us know what you're into. Say, I'm into this. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right. We'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we've got another lesson all about food and eating.
So today we're going to talk about all the tools that we use when we're at the table. So what we use when we're eating.
That's right. So let's take a listen to today's dialogue, and when we come back, we'll talk about some of these words and some of the great phrases you're learning today.
Honey, can you set the table?
Sure. What are we having for dinner? Do I need to put anything out in particular?
Well, make sure to put out the pepper and salt shakers. I don't know if your brother is coming tonight, so set an extra placemat just in case.
Okay, should I use the fancy silverware?
Yeah, go ahead. Forks, spoons, and knives. I roasted some meat, so be sure to put out some steak knives as well.
I'll also set some cups and saucers for some coffee after dinner.
Honey, have you seen our soup bowls?
They're in the cupboard where you keep the gravy boat and serving dishes. Just be careful because the wine glasses are also the...
Oops.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at a couple of words in language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So our first word is a very important one. You might have heard it before. The word is silverware.
Okay, silverware. Now, this means that it's usually made something that's made out of silver, right?
It could be. Maybe traditionally it's made out of silver, but it doesn't have to be. You could have wooden silverware or other metals. It's basically the things that you use to eat food with.
Okay, so we're going to take this as a category. Silverware are all the tools that we use to eat food with. And in this, so for example, a fork is a part of a silverware.
It's a kind of silverware, fork. A fork is the one that you usually put in your mouth with a piece of lettuce or meat or something.
Okay, so it's pointy. It has four little points. Mm-hmm. Now, the one that we use to have dessert or to have soup with, we call that a spoon.
A spoon, that's right. So to eat yogurt or ice cream, you use a spoon. And finally, to cut things, you use a knife.
Okay, so in the dialogue, we saw the plural form, knives, but singular, it would be knife.
That's right. And sometimes there are foods that are very, very hard to cut. For example, steak is very hard to cut because it's a tough meat. And so in that case, we use a steak knife to cut it.
Okay, so we have a knife or a steak knife. Steak knife, more specifically, is used to cut meats.
All right, so these are 3 kinds, or actually 4 kinds of silverware. Of course, there are other kinds, but those are the most important. After that, though, we have something that's important for making your food taste better. So what if I want to add salt or pepper? What are those things called?
Those are called salt and pepper shakers. We saw them in the dialogue that we need to put out the pepper and salt shakers. So the little thing where you keep the salt is called a shaker.
That's right, because the action, the verb, is to shake. That means moving your hand up and down so some salt will fall out onto your food.
Exactly. So usually it's only salt and pepper that we keep in these things, in these little shakers.
Mm-hmm.
But apart from salt and pepper shakers, when all the silverware we're putting out, we're also putting out some saucers because we're going to have coffee later on.
Okay, so this normally goes together with cups and saucers, but everyone knows what a cup is. What is a saucer?
So a saucer is this little plate that you put under the cup when you're having coffee. So usually that's where you keep your spoon or maybe the little bag of tea.
Okay, so a saucer is important because it also helps in case you spill some coffee or tea, so the coffee or tea doesn't go on the ground, it goes on the plate.
Exactly. So that little plate is called a saucer. Now, where do we keep all the plates, all the silverware? We usually keep them in a cupboard.
Okay, so you might want to say cupboard because it's cup, C-U-P-B-O-A-R-D. That's not right. The word is pronounced cupboard.
Okay, so even though it may seem like you should pronounce cupboard, the correct pronunciation is
cupboard.
Cupboard.
Cupboard. And a cupboard, like you said, is usually in the dining room or the kitchen because it keeps all of our plates and bowls and sometimes our silverware.
That's right. Okay, so actually in the cupboard we also have some other things, dishes. Well, specifically, we have a gravy boat in there.
Okay, so I'm not even sure why they call it a boat, but a gravy boat is basically a special dish. It's like a tall bowl with a spout, so you can pour it, that keeps gravy. So gravy is like a liquid or a sauce that goes on top of meat or potatoes.
I guess it kind of looks like a boat. Just imagine a boat, but inside it's empty. So then that's where you put the gravy in.
You pour it.
You can pour it.
All right. And so we can find that. We can also find serving dishes, which are basically big plates or bowls that we use when we're having dinner at the dinner table to keep, for example, a turkey or a roast.
Mm-hmm. And specifically, we were also looking for wine glasses.
Well, maybe we weren't looking for them, but they found us because the person getting stuff out of the cupboard dropped some wine glasses. These are very, very easy to break. Wine glasses are basically just glasses that maybe are tall and you drink wine out of them.
That's right. So there's a specific type of glass usually used to drink wine. So wine glasses. I guess a normal glass that you use to drink maybe juice or water is just called a glass.
Right. You wouldn't say wine glass. Only when you're drinking wine. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've taken a look at a lot of vocab here, a lot of tools that we use at the dinner table when we're having dinner. So let's listen to the dialogue again and review.
Honey, can you set the table?
Sure. What are we having for dinner? Do I need to put anything out in particular?
Well, make sure to put out the pepper and salt shakers. I don't know if your brother is coming tonight, so set an extra placemat just in case.
Okay, should I use the fancy silverware?
Yeah, go ahead. Forks, spoons, and knives. I roasted some meat, so be sure to put out some steak knives as well.
I'll also set some cups and saucers for some coffee after dinner.
Honey, have you seen our soup bowls?
They're in the cupboard where you keep the gravy boat and serving dishes. Just be careful because the wine glasses are also the...
Oops.
All right, we're back. So now we have 4 key phrases that we've prepared for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
Okay, so this first phrase is very important, especially as a child. Your mother or father might ask you to do this. The phrase is to set the table.
Okay, so that's a phrasal verb, to set the table. And what does it mean if you're asked to set the table?
It means you will put down the plates and the silverware and the bowls so that everything is prepared for dinner.
Okay, so this is actually what we were doing, and a complementary phrasal verb to this. When you're setting the table, as you said, you are putting down or putting out the different spoons, knives, dishes, all that stuff.
Right. So the verbal phrase to put out means to place down or to make sure that you get something out on the table. In this case, my mother would usually ask me to put out extra glasses for water. Okay. Or don't forget to put out the wine glasses in case we're drinking wine. It just means to place down.
Exactly. So just remember that it's, we use it because all these things, they're inside the cupboard. Mm-hmm. So you have to take them out. So you have to put them out on the table. All right, and sometimes we may have a guest or we may need an extra chair or an extra seat because we're having company. And the person in the dialogue said to set an extra placemat just in case.
Okay, so placemat is basically a piece of plastic or maybe fabric that you put in front of a person when they're at the table. So it's on the table, and it's something that protects the table. So it's small, everyone has one, and the bowl and the silverware will go on top of that placemat. But it also indicates that that is where someone will sit. Mm-hmm. Okay, so to put out or to set out an extra placemat means to prepare an extra place for someone else who will be coming. So if you have a guest, for example, you'll set out an extra placemat for him or for her.
Okay, so we can say set an extra placemat because by this we're referring that somebody is going to sit down at the table, or you can just simply say set an extra place for someone.
That's right. Set an extra place. Your older brother is coming home from college tonight.
Okay. So we can set an extra place for him at the table. And, well, in this case, we didn't know if the brother was really coming or not. So she said, just in case.
This is a great phrase, one that you'll hear all the time. It means I'm not sure what the result will be or what the outcome will be, but in case something happens, or just in case we should do this. So, for example, Marco, I think it's going to rain today. You should bring an umbrella just in case.
Okay, so this is a way of saying you're preventing something, you're prepared. Maybe if it does rain, you'll have an umbrella. Just in case, bring your umbrella. Okay, so a lot of great phrases there, a lot of vocab, so why don't we listen to the dialogue for the last time?
Honey, can you set the table?
Sure. What are we having for dinner? Do I need to put anything out in particular?
Well, make sure to put out the pepper and salt shakers. I don't know if your brother is coming tonight, so set an extra placemat just in case.
Okay, should I use the fancy silverware?
Yeah, go ahead. Forks, spoons, and knives. I roasted some meat, so be sure to put out some steak knives as well.
I'll also set some cups and saucers for some coffee after dinner.
Honey, have you seen our soup bowls?
They're in the cupboard where you keep the gravy boat and serving dishes. Just be careful because the wine glasses are also the...
Oops.
All right, we're back. So talking about dinner and silverware, there are also a couple of other names that we didn't mention. For example, many people refer to ceramic plates as china.
Yeah, these are usually the fancy kinds of plates and dishes that you have in your house. Obviously, if you have just kind of the cheap ceramics that you can throw away, or even paper plates, those aren't very important. But at a wedding or in a special occasion, a person or family might receive china, and that is very nice, very pretty porcelain plates or just lacquerware.
Okay, so you can call it chinaware, which is basically plates that are either very fine ceramic or porcelain, as you said.
That's right.
Or what was the other word that you said before?
Lacquerware. Lacquerware is a certain kind of plate or ceramic that has a kind of sheen to it. It's it's got a special kind of basically paint job.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's always been kind of strange, the fact that a name like China would also now be related to plates. But apparently, I guess because Chinese porcelain is renowned as being such high quality, I guess this is why now we just have a word for it called china or chinaware.
I think it actually has to do with the fact that the Chinese in the old days most of the British bought their porcelain from China. And so it was very, very in vogue. It was very popular. And it was basically the only thing that the British wanted. They just wanted all of this china. And it became a part of the vocabulary then.
Yeah, it's really strange, though, that you would call something China. It's like, I don't know any other country that you call something, like French. This is a French. Or Frenchware. Sure. I don't know. I can't think of any.
Limoges is the name of a city in France, and it's a certain kind of ceramics.
Oh, there you go. All right, so an interesting topic. There are many other tools that we didn't mention, like salad fork and ice cream spoon. I don't know. There's so many. Sometimes if you go to a fancy dinner, you will have maybe 3 spoons, 3 knives, 3 forks, and you don't know what to do with it.
Start on the outside and go in. That's my one recommendation.
Exactly. So we're really curious to know what you have to say. Come to our website, englishpod.com. If you have any questions, you can leave them there. Or if you also want to suggest a topic for a lesson or anything you want, just let us know.
All right. We'll see you then.
All right. Bye. English learners, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine, and today we have another episode of our interview series lessons.
That's right. Today we're taking a look at a very important aspect of an interview. We're talking about salary and money.
That's right. So this is the end of the interview when we're starting to talk about details of the job. Let's check this out, listen to the dialogue one time, and when we come back, we'll be talking more about what's going on.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have a number of questions to ask me regarding the position.
Yes, well, Miss Childs did give me an overview of the position over the phone, but there were some details I'd like to clarify.
Well, feel free to ask me anything, and I'll try to fill in the details.
Could I first ask about the remuneration package?
Yes, of course. That's quite an important point, isn't it? As a junior sub-editor, we offer a starting salary of 150,000 Hong Kong dollars per annum. This doesn't include a generous housing allowance also.
I understand. And are there other bonuses included?
Well, apart from full health insurance, we do offer a company staff bonus scheme linked to readership numbers. But we could go through all the details of that at a later date.
Well, Mr. Parsons, I am flexible when it comes to salary. The opportunity to work in Hong Kong with your company is the most important thing for me.
Excellent. Well, what other questions do you have, Rebecca?
All right, we're back, so let's take a look at a couple of words and phrases on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Okay, so this first phrase is a set phrase. That means these words often go together. The phrase is remuneration package.
That's right, a remuneration package. Rebecca said, could I first ask about the remuneration package?
So what's an easier way to say this, Marco?
I guess basically the salary.
That's right. But a package means that it's not just money, it's also some of the benefits or the bonuses. So this is a way to describe how a person is paid in general.
That's right. So the remuneration package that Rebecca is being offered, Mr. Parsons said that she would get a starting salary of $150,000 per annum.
Okay, so this phrase, starting salary, is another fixed phrase. We have a lot of these today. That means these two words go together, starting salary. So salary is easy. It's the amount of money you make either per month or per week or per year. Mm-hmm. But what is a starting salary? How is that different?
Well, basically, that's the money that you would start earning in the company. But obviously, with time, it could change and you can get more money.
So this means that you will start making this much money, but it's possible that in the future you will make more. This is the starting salary.
That's right. And well, of course, as we said, it's $150,000 Hong Kong dollars per annum. So now we're specifying how often you're getting this money per annum.
So if it were per month, this might be a lot of money.
That's right.
But this is how much money she will earn per year, per annum. This comes from Latin.
Mm-hmm, that's right. So per year. So this is the remuneration package. She's getting, not only is she getting $150,000 per annum, she's also getting a housing allowance.
Okay, so many of us had allowances when we were children. This means the money that your parents gave you each week, you know, $5 or $10. Mm-hmm. Well, a housing allowance is a little bit different. It means the money that your company gives you per month or per year to pay for your apartment or your house.
That's right. So obviously the company is saying that, look, we're going to give you a certain amount of money for you to pay for your house. You don't have to really pay for your house. We'll pay for it.
So basically, it's a benefit. It's a part of this remuneration package. You get a salary and you get money for your house. It's a pretty nice deal.
That's right. And well, also she's getting health insurance, and she is also being offered a company staff bonus scheme.
Okay, bonus scheme. A bonus is something extra. Mm-hmm. It's on top of what you normally get. But a bonus scheme indicates that the bonus changes according to how well you do.
That's right. So obviously he's specifying that the bonus scheme is linked to readership numbers.
So let's say, for example, Marco sells newspapers. Marco, you sell on a good week 100 newspapers. Mm-hmm. If you sell 150, you get a bonus of $10. That's
right.
But if you sell 200 newspapers, you get a bonus of $50.
That's right.
This is a scheme. The numbers change.
Very good. So all of this that we've just talked about, to be clear, is our remuneration package. We're talking about a salary. We're talking about a housing allowance, health insurance, and even a bonus scheme. So a package can include these things and much, much more. CEOs get bigger remuneration packages.
They do. And if you have children, sometimes a part of your package is education costs for your children, or a car, or computers, things like that.
That's right. So a lot of great stuff there, talking about salaries and, well, a little bit of negotiating it. Why don't we go back, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have a number of questions to ask me regarding the position.
Yes, well, Miss Childs did give me an overview of the position over the phone, but there were some details I'd like to clarify.
Well, feel free to ask me anything, and I'll try to fill in the details.
Could I first ask about the remuneration package?
Yes, of course. That's quite an important point, isn't it? As a junior sub-editor, we offer a starting salary of 150,000 Hong Kong dollars per annum. This doesn't include a generous housing allowance also.
I understand. And are there other bonuses included?
Well, apart from full health insurance, we do offer a company staff bonus scheme linked to readership numbers. But we could go through all the details of that at a later date.
Well, Mr. Parsons, I am flexible when it comes to salary. The opportunity to work in Hong Kong with your company is the most important thing for me.
Excellent. Well, what other questions do you have, Rebecca?
All right, so now let's take a look at Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So at the beginning of the dialogue, Rebecca is talking to Mr. Parsons about the job, and she says, I don't really have that many questions, but when I talked to Miss Childs about the job over the phone, there were some things she wanted to clarify. So how did she talk to her? She talked to her over the phone.
That's right. So this is a really good phrase to specify that you received information or you did business talking on the phone, not in person.
Okay, so this is a bit strange because we use the preposition over.
Mm-hmm.
You could also say I'm on the phone. That means I'm talking on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
But over the phone means by phone.
That's right.
Not by mail or email or in person, but we communicate, we talk over the phone, by phone.
So sometimes, for example, people will see a TV commercial with a nice item or device that they want to buy, and they will purchase this object, maybe a DVD player, over the phone. They will call up this number and order it.
That's right. Or you can say, I'm really sorry, Marco, but I don't feel comfortable talking about my banking details over the phone.
That's right. Okay, so that means on the phone. So then Mr. Parsons said, feel free to ask me anything. Okay, feel free to ask me anything about the job.
Okay, this is a phrase that I use all the time, and I think it's really important when you're in a business context or a work context to say, listen, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. It means don't hesitate. Don't be nervous. If you have a question, just ask it.
That's right. So feel free to ask. Don't worry about it. Just ask me. It's a very good phrase to give someone or to make someone feel more comfortable around.
Exactly.
All right. And he said that I'll try to fill in the details.
Okay, so this is an interesting phrase because fill in, on a form, for example, means put your name in a box or fill in some numbers. But here, the details, we think maybe I don't know what the details are. So to fill them in means to fill in gaps or some blanks. So I don't know all the details. Please tell me the information so that I will know them.
That's right. So what he's basically saying is, I know that you have an idea or a general overview of how things are, but if you ask me, I can tell you more specific things. That's fill in the details.
Or for example, we're going to a party on Saturday night, but I don't know where the party is yet. How about on Friday, I call you to fill you in on the details.
Very good. Okay, so those are the phrases that we've prepared for you today. I think we've taken a look at a lot of great vocab. Why don't we listen to the dialogue one last time, and we'll be back to talk to you a little bit more.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have a number of questions to ask me regarding the position.
Yes, well, Miss Childs did give me an overview of the position over the phone, but there were some details I'd like to clarify.
Well, feel free to ask me anything, and I'll try to fill in the details.
Could I first ask about the remuneration package?
Yes, of course. That's quite an important point, isn't it? As a junior sub-editor, we offer a starting salary of 150,000 Hong Kong dollars per annum. This doesn't include a generous housing allowance also.
I understand. And are there other bonuses included?
Well, apart from full health insurance, we do offer a company staff bonus scheme linked to readership numbers. But we could go through all the details of that at a later date.
Well, Mr. Parsons, I am flexible when it comes to salary. The opportunity to work in Hong Kong with your company is the most important thing for me.
Excellent. Well, what other questions do you have, Rebecca?
All right, so talking about salaries and remuneration packages. Now, is this a common word to talk about remuneration?
Yes, it is. It basically means the way that you are paid for the work that you do. So remuneration, it sounds like a big, long word. But in America, I think we also just talk about salary or compensation.
Compensation packages. Okay, so now when we talk about remuneration, we don't necessarily always talk about money, like in this case, right? We can receive other benefits.
That's right. And so a lot of times people think of the important parts of remuneration, not just to be the salary, but also to be the benefits. And so benefits are not the money, they're the other stuff. They're healthcare. We said earlier, a housing allowance, even bonuses and things like that, or education for your children. These are extras, and these are a part of the package.
Now, what would you prefer? To have a good remuneration package, like these other additional benefits, with a low salary? Or would you prefer to have a high salary with not many of these benefits?
Well, I think that it's nice to get the benefits and a lower salary, because oftentimes at a company, like a big company, the company can get really good rates on healthcare. So if I have to pay for my healthcare with my big salary, maybe it will cost me more money. But if my company pays with the company rate, that means the amount that they pay, then maybe they can help me pay for these things much cheaper. And so in the end, I make more money.
Yeah. Actually, I've heard some companies that offer great remuneration packages. Like if you have children, as you said, they would pay for their education. But many times they would even pay for their childcare, like maybe a nanny. Some of the managers would receive maybe a fuel bonus, so they would get, I don't know, $200 extra a month for fuel for their car if they drive to work. So I think companies can get a little bit creative, and it's not that much that they're actually spending, but you take it as to being a really good benefit.
Well, that's right. And it makes you more, I think, happy to work for that company, because you feel like they're taking care of you. Not just they're giving you money. They're actually taking care of you and your family.
That's right. So we're actually a little bit curious to know if how remuneration packages work in your company or maybe in your country.
That's right. So please let us know. You obviously don't have to tell us how much money you earn. But if you want to tell us how these things work, where you come from, our website is englishpod.com. We'll see you there.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we've got one more episode in our series about interview skills. This is an elementary level series, and we're here today to talk about things that you might not be very good at.
That's right. Today we're going to talk about weaknesses, and that is our word for vocabulary preview. So let's take a look at it now.
Vocabulary preview.
Okay, so what is a weakness?
A weakness is a thing or an activity or something that you're just not very good at, or something that you think you can improve.
Okay, so obviously no one is perfect, and like we saw in the previous lesson, we had a lot of good things about ourselves, key strengths, and now we're going to talk about our weaknesses. Maybe you're a little bit lazy. That might be a weakness.
That's right. So weakness is the opposite of strength, and that is the topic today. So let's take a listen to today's dialogue.
Okay, Rebecca. Well, I think you've given me a clear impression of your positive qualities, but let's talk a little bit about your weaknesses.
Okay, well, it's always more difficult to describe them, isn't it?
Definitely. But if you had to pinpoint one weakness, what would it be?
Well, as I mentioned before, I do tend to get frustrated if I don't see progress in my work or career. I suppose I'm quite a restless character. My father always taught me to be a high achiever, so...
So would you say if things don't go your way at work, it could easily get you down?
Well, in a way, yes. But I must say that even if I'm not completely happy in my work, I always give 110%. I would never shirk my responsibilities. I suppose sometimes I expect too much too soon.
Well, you know, journalism is a highly competitive world, so you do need to keep pushing yourself, it's true. Okay, well, let's move on to talk about the job position here, shall we?
Yes, please.
All right, we're back. So obviously, Rebecca did a very good job at talking about her weaknesses in a very positive way. So before we get into analyzing that, why don't we take a look at a couple of words she used on language takeaway?
Language takeaway.
One of the first words that Mr. Parsons used was a clear impression. So impression.
All right, so I think this is a very common word when people talk about first impressions or I get the impression. So what is an impression?
Well, an impression is like an idea or a feeling. So I can have an impression about something. It means that I don't necessarily understand it really well or I don't have experience with it, but it's an idea that I have about something.
That's right. So for example, maybe you meet somebody new and you say, I get the impression that he is a liar.
But maybe then you get to know him and he's not. So this is your idea about something or the way you feel about something. So in this case, Mr. Parsons has a clear impression of her positive qualities. That means that he has an idea or an understanding of the things that Rebecca is good at, but he wants to know more about her weaknesses.
That's right. And Mr. Parsons asked her to try and pinpoint one of her weaknesses. So this word, to pinpoint.
This is a great word. I'm not really sure where it comes from in English, but I think it's very visual. You can see what the word means. Pinpoint means to locate or identify or really be specific about something.
That's right. So maybe if you go to the doctor and you say that your back hurts, the doctor might ask you to try and pinpoint where on your back you have the pain.
That's right. So it's a way to be specific or very exact about something.
Okay, so if she had to pinpoint something, she said, well, I do get a little bit frustrated.
Okay, so frustrated is a way you feel. I feel frustrated. He is frustrated. It's basically a feeling that you get when you have to do something, but you don't think you can do it. Or maybe something annoys you and you get frustrated. For example, when people tap like this, and I'm working, I get frustrated because it's a distraction.
Okay.
So everyone has different things that frustrate them.
Now, if we take a look at this word, it is actually an adjective, and we usually use it, you get frustrated, or as you said, you feel frustrated. So remember, it may look like a verb, but it's actually an adjective that ends in ed, frustrated, to get frustrated.
He got frustrated, or we feel very frustrated.
Okay. And, well, apart from being frustrated, she also said that she is a restless character.
Okay, so someone is restless if they don't like to stay in one place all the time. That means someone who wants to move around or to go places or to travel or to see new things is restless.
That's right. So she has a restless character. That means she likes to move around. She doesn't like to stand still in one place.
Maybe she gets bored very easily.
Okay, so that's somebody that would be restless. But moving on, she also said that she doesn't like to shirk her responsibilities.
Okay, you often hear these words go together. So responsibilities are things that we need to do, right? Things that other people expect us to do. To shirk a responsibility means to not do something that you're supposed to do. It means to avoid responsibility or to push it away.
Okay, so it's a verb, to shirk your responsibilities. You shouldn't shirk your responsibilities.
That's right.
All right, so a lot of interesting key words there. Why don't we listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back with Fluency Builder.
Okay, Rebecca. Well, I think you've given me a clear impression of your positive qualities, but let's talk a little bit about your weaknesses.
Okay, well, it's always more difficult to describe them, isn't it?
Definitely. But if you had to pinpoint one weakness, what would it be?
Well, as I mentioned before, I do tend to get frustrated if I don't see progress in my work or career. I suppose I'm quite a restless character. My father always taught me to be a high achiever, so...
So would you say if things don't go your way at work, it could easily get you down?
Well, in a way, yes. But I must say that even if I'm not completely happy in my work, I always give 110%. I would never shirk my responsibilities. I suppose sometimes I expect too much too soon.
Well, you know, journalism is a highly competitive world, so you do need to keep pushing yourself, it's true. Okay, well, let's move on to talk about the job position here, shall we?
Yes, please.
So we've picked out 3 key phrases for you on Fluency Builder. Let's take a look at those now. Starting with Mr. Parsons saying, so would you say if things don't go your way at work, it could easily get you down? 2 great phrases there.
That's right. So the first phrase, if things don't go your way. So this is kind of a funny phrase when you think about it because they go your way, like to me or
right.
What is my way? This basically means if things do not happen in a way that makes you happy or in a way that you expect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we could say he lost his job, he couldn't pay his bills, things just didn't go his way.
That's right. So things are not happening as he planned or as he expected.
You can also say the opposite. So he won the lottery and he also met a really beautiful girl who wanted to be his girlfriend. Things were going his way.
Okay, very good. So if things are going your way, it's good. If things aren't going your way, then it's bad.
That's right.
Okay, and so if things aren't going Rebecca's way, does that mean that it could easily get her down?
Okay, so to get you down or to get someone down means to make you sad, upset, or frustrated, like that word we just heard. So you could ask someone like, Marco, what gets you down?
Rainy days.
That's a good one. Yeah, rainy days get me down too.
So it's kind of a way of saying what makes you sad or depressed or what makes you unhappy.
Or in this case, if something doesn't happen as you planned it, if it doesn't go your way, does that make you sad? Does that get you down?
Okay, very good. So a very good question there. And she responded that kind of, yeah, that does happen, but she always tries to give 110%.
Okay, so this is a really funny phrase because you think, I can give everything I have. I can work really hard, and that's 100%. But we say 110% means you do more than you can. It's like pushing yourself more than is possible.
That's right. So this is a very common phrase in sports and business. People are saying, for example, I always remember my coach saying, I want you guys to give me 110% out there. That means like I really want you to try very hard to do as much as possible.
Even more than your best, more than you think you can do.
Exactly. So again, it refers to the effort that you put into something. It can be in business, sports, anything.
And she's basically saying, I always do more than my best. I do as much as humanly possible.
That's right. Okay, so a lot of great stuff there from Rebecca. Why don't we listen to her one last time, and we'll be back in a bit.
Okay, Rebecca. Well, I think you've given me a clear impression of your positive qualities, but let's talk a little bit about your weaknesses.
Okay, well, it's always more difficult to describe them, isn't it?
Definitely. But if you had to pinpoint one weakness, what would it be?
Well, as I mentioned before, I do tend to get frustrated if I don't see progress in my work or career. I suppose I'm quite a restless character. My father always taught me to be a high achiever, so...
So would you say if things don't go your way at work, it could easily get you down?
Well, in a way, yes. But I must say that even if I'm not completely happy in my work, I always give 110%. I would never shirk my responsibilities. I suppose sometimes I expect too much too soon.
Well, you know, journalism is a highly competitive world, so you do need to keep pushing yourself, it's true. Okay, well, let's move on to talk about the job position here, shall we?
Yes, please.
All right, so talking about weaknesses, I think one of the common mistakes when people talk about weaknesses is they say they work too much, and everyone says you should never say that in an interview.
Yeah, I think it's a bad way to talk about yourself because a boss or an employer really wants to hear a real weakness. And I work too hard is a way of saying, I have no weaknesses. I'm actually really, really perfect. And I just think it's a lazy answer. So maybe you should avoid saying I work too hard and really focus on things that you do have to work on. And then I think the key is to say that I know this is something that I have a hard time with. I know this is a weakness and I'm trying to improve it.
Yeah, I remember in some of the interviews I've had, I think my common answer was, sometimes I'm very late. I'm not very punctual. So, but it's a real weakness, and well, it may seem like difficult, but then you give it a little spin by saying, yeah, I'm sometimes not very punctual, but then I try to make up for it, maybe staying more time at the office, or sometimes I try to wake up a little bit earlier and make it on time. I don't know, something like that.
Right. So the key there is just to show that you know it's a problem and that you're trying to work on it.
Yeah. So this is actually the hardest part for me of an interview, talking about yourself in a negative way, because obviously you want to get the job, so you want to make sure that the employer has a good idea of yourself, but it's hard.
I think it's the hardest part for everyone.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just you.
Yeah, it's hard. So this is an interesting topic. Why don't you practice and come to our website, englishpod.com, and on our comments section, why don't you tell us what your weaknesses are?
That's right. We hope to hear from you. Of course, you can also share with us your strengths on our lesson about strengths. But in this one, I recommend everyone practice this because it will come up at some point, and it's good to get the practice in. So englishpod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
And welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a lesson for you all about life at home and life with your parents.
That's right. We've all lived with our parents when we were younger, or maybe we still do. And of course, they have certain rules in the house, and well, when you break those rules, something happens. There are consequences, and that's what's happening in today's dialogue.
So let's take a listen to this dialogue, and when we come back, we'll be talking more about what's going on and what some of these words and phrases mean.
Do you know what time it is?
10.
Get in this door, young man. It's midnight. You are 2 hours past curfew.
I know, but it wasn't my fault. I told Jennifer she had to drop me off before 10, but she wouldn't leave the party.
I don't care. You are grounded for life, mister.
Mom, that is so unfair.
You know the rules, and you broke them. No allowance and no TV for a week. I usually never ground you, but this time I have to put my foot down.
What? For being a couple of hours late? You have to be kidding.
I don't want to hear it. Now go to your room.
All right, we're back. So a very typical case. Somebody or the kid returns home. It's too late, and now they're in trouble.
Yes, his parents are not very happy. In this case, it's his mom who is telling him what the consequences will be. So let's take a look at language takeaway and find out what some of these key words are.
Language takeaway.
All right, so the first word that we're going to take a look is actually something that his mom said, and he said that you are 2 hours past curfew.
Curfew. So curfew has to do specifically with the time when your parents expect you at home.
That's right. So if your curfew is 10 o'clock, you have to be home before or by 10 o'clock.
Right. So in this case, if the boy's curfew is 10 o'clock and he arrives home at midnight, 12 o'clock, he's 2 hours past curfew.
That's right. And even sometimes cities or governments will implement certain curfews at certain times.
That's right. And I don't think adults really have curfews at home.
No,
It depends on what you want, but kids definitely have curfews. What happens, though, Marco, when you break curfew?
So this is a very serious offense, and you're going to get punished. And the way that we say this, usually parents to their children, you are grounded, or you ground that kid.
Okay, so you might have heard this word when talking about airplanes or flights at an airport. The plane was grounded. Mm-hmm. It basically means it can't go anywhere. Mm-hmm. And so when you're talking about a kid or a person, you basically mean, okay, you're grounded, you can't go out with your friends, you can't go anywhere. Usually you can go to school.
Right.
But you can't have fun is the meaning.
That's right. So it's usually a fixed phrase. You're grounded. That means that you are punished, you can't go out. But in this case, the mom specified saying saying you're grounded. So that means that he can't go out. But on top of that, she said no allowance and no TV for a week.
Oh, man. So allowance is the money that your parents give you to go out, like to go to the movies or something. And your parents might give this to you on a weekly basis. So every Saturday you get $5, or on a monthly basis. Every month you get $20. And when his mother says you're not going to have any allowance for a week, that means we're not going to give you any money this week.
That's right. So that is an allowance, how much money you get per month or per week.
The key thing about allowance, though, is that it's not something you do for work. You don't work and receive allowance. If you work, you have a salary. Allowance is something that you get for free from someone.
Yeah.
So you can get an allowance from your boss to eat, but you can also have an allowance from your parents to do fun things.
That's right. So usually kids, obviously, they can't work, so they get an allowance from their parents, usually for fun things like going to the movies and stuff.
Exactly.
All right, now going back a little bit, let's take a look at 2 ways that the mom addressed or called her son, because obviously it's her son. But when he got home, she said, "Get in this door, young man."
Okay, these are angry mom phrases.
Yeah.
When you're in trouble, your parents tend to use different words to talk to you. So this is a very popular one, young man.
Right.
So it's like saying, you should be mature, but you made a mistake.
Yeah.
All right, so come inside right now, young man.
Yeah, it's a way to kind of emphasize that you are also very angry. And also, when he was trying to explain what happened, she said, "I don't care. You're grounded for life, mister."
You're grounded for life, mister. So these are both ways of talking to young boys. Mister is the opposite of miss. But in the case of a young girl, you'd say, "Get in this door, young lady."
Right. And then, "You're grounded for life, missy."
Missy.
Yeah, I think they say missy.
Missy. So missy, mister, young man, young lady. These are all ways of referring to people in kind of, it's weird. It's kind of like they're adults, but they're not.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's like saying you're in trouble.
Yeah. So very interesting things going on here with this young man who got grounded. Why don't we go back? Let's take a look at our dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
Do you know what time it is?
10.
Get in this door, young man. It's midnight. You are 2 hours past curfew.
I know, but it wasn't my fault. I told Jennifer she had to drop me off before 10, but she wouldn't leave the party.
I don't care. You are grounded for life, mister.
Mom, that is so unfair.
You know the rules, and you broke them. No allowance and no TV for a week. I usually never ground you, but this time I have to put my foot down.
What? For being a couple of hours late? You have to be kidding.
I don't want to hear it. Now go to your room.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at 4 key phrases that we've picked out for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so this first phrase is something that actually we hear when the young boy or the young man is giving his excuse for being late. He said, "Listen, I told Jennifer she had to drop me off before 10.
That's right. So the phrasal verb there is to drop off.
This means to leave someone somewhere.
That's right.
But usually it means to drive someone to a certain place. So, for example, Jennifer probably has a car. And Jennifer was supposed to take this boy home. So he said she was going to drop me off before 10 o'clock. That means kind of leave him at his house.
That's right. So the verb is to drop off, but we usually insert the subject in between it. So to drop me off. She is going to drop me off.
I dropped him off at the bank.
That's right. All right, so now that Jennifer was supposed to drop him off at 10, that didn't happen, so he got grounded. And his mom was saying that she usually doesn't really ground him, but this time, I have to put my foot down.
She's angry.
Yeah.
He's upset and she's angry and she said, "Listen, I have to put my foot down." Well, what does this mean? You put your foot on the ground? It's strange to hear this phrase, huh?
It means that she's going to be strict, that she's not going to let him just get away with it or not ground him. She really has to be strict and she has to punish him.
Okay, so to put your foot down, or I put my foot down, this means to be strict with someone, to not maybe bend the rules or be flexible. So, for example, my mother was always very, very loose with my brother. He could do what he wanted or whatever. But one day, he did something really horrible, and she finally put her foot down.
And she grounded him.
She grounded him for 3 months.
All right, so that's what happens when somebody puts their foot down. And now, obviously, he was very surprised that he's going to be grounded for so long, and only for being a couple of hours late. So he said, "You have to be kidding."
You have got to be kidding. So this is a rhetorical. So he's not talking about joking here. He's saying, no way. I can't believe it. This is not happening to me.
Yeah, you're not serious.
You're not serious. So he's upset. And I would be too. No one likes to be grounded. But he's saying, okay, come on. No way. That's too serious.
That's right. So this is a phrase that you can use with someone if you're not really believing what they're saying, or you're surprised. You have to be kidding me.
Yeah, but usually there's also a degree of anger. So you're upset at the decision. For example, I'm watching the World Cup right now, and there was a foul, and I was very upset because I didn't think it was a foul, and I said, "You have got to be kidding me."
That's right. Okay, so that's exactly the way that we would use that phrase. And, well, obviously the mother had made up her mind. She's very decided. And she said, "I don't want to hear it."
So this is the end of the conversation. Okay. This is one of those phrases that will just stop anything you're talking about. So they're arguing and she says, "Nope. I don't want to hear it." That means no more excuses, no more talking. This is the end.
That's right. I don't want to hear it. And it's used in many scenarios, right? Not only for somebody being angry or grounded, but also in a meeting. I don't want to hear it. That's it. We're doing my idea. We're going forward with it.
Although be careful, because that's usually what the boss will say.
That's right.
It's not the most gentle phrase.
Yeah.
And so you have to be careful with how you use it. But if you have authority, like you're a parent or you're a boss, you can say, "Nope. I don't want to hear it. I have made my decision."
That's right. Okay, so we've taken a look at a lot of great things. Why don't we go back, listen to our dialogue one last time, and we'll be back in a bit.
Do you know what time it is?
10.
Get in this door, young man. It's midnight. You are 2 hours past curfew.
I know, but it wasn't my fault. I told Jennifer she had to drop me off before 10, but she wouldn't leave the party.
I don't care. You are grounded for life, mister.
Mom, that is so unfair.
You know the rules, and you broke them. No allowance and no TV for a week. I usually never ground you, but this time I have to put my foot down.
What? For being a couple of hours late? You have to be kidding.
I don't want to hear it. Now go to your room.
All right, we're back. So obviously we've all been grounded. What is the longest you've been grounded for? Do you remember?
I was a good girl, so maybe a week.
Really?
Yeah, maybe not even. I never really got in trouble as a kid. What about you?
I think once I was grounded the entire summer.
Oh,
yeah,
rough.
Entire summer vacation. I don't remember exactly what I did, but my dad was pretty upset with me, and he was really strict, so I got grounded quite a bit.
I tend to think that girls get in trouble less. I don't know if it's because they're good. I think probably it's because they're better at hiding things from their parents.
Maybe.
Because whenever I would come home, my mother would always wake up, but she doesn't really understand what time it is. And so I'd say, "Oh, Mom, it's 11 o'clock. Good night."
Yeah.
And it'd be like 4 o'clock in the morning, and she had no idea.
So who was the person or the parent that put their foot down? Was it your mom or your dad?
My dad was the serious one.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because sometimes it's the dad that's very strict, and the mom kind of helps you out and tries to kind of not get you grounded or something. But sometimes it's the other way around. The mom is really strict and firm, and the dad's like, "Come on, don't ground him."
They're just having fun.
Yeah.
Well, I think in some families, the children understand who is strict and who is maybe not so strict.
Right.
And so they say, "Oh, well, Mom said that it's okay, so I think maybe you should let me go out." And the dad will be very angry because the mother said that it's okay.
That's right. All right, so that's all the time we have for today. We're really curious to get your stories. Maybe tell us, why were you grounded, or how long were you grounded for?
Or what was your curfew when you were a child or growing up? Our website is englishpod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right, we'll see you guys there. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're going shopping for something. What are we going shopping for, Marco?
That's right. Today we are buying pants, and we're going to try to see if we find a good pair of jeans.
Yeah, sometimes pants are too small, sometimes they're too big. Let's try and find the right pair today.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some vocab on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, so today on Language Takeaway, the first phrase we have is actually a verbal phrase. This is what we do when we go to find some clothes. We try on those clothes.
That's right. So that is as you said, a verbal phrase. And to try on a pair of pants or to try on some clothes is to put them on and see if they are okay, if they're the right size.
That's right. So if I'm in the store and I see a shirt that I really like, I go to the dressing room to try it on. Or you could say, oh my gosh, Marco, come here. This shirt is great. You should try it on.
That's right. So you try it on or you try on something. All right. So as we said, we wanted to try on a pair of jeans. So let's take a look at this connection of words, pair of jeans.
All right, so you don't have a jeans, you have a pair of them. And this is because you have not one, but two legs. So pair means two of something.
That's right. So it doesn't mean that you have two pants, right? It doesn't mean that you have two pieces of clothing. It means that you have one piece of clothing that's a pair of jeans.
That's right. So you have one part for one leg and one part for another leg. The same is true of glasses because, glasses are for your two eyes.
That's right.
So you have a pair of glasses.
That's right. A pair of glasses, a pair of shoes.
Also.
Okay. So we are trying on these pair of jeans, but they seem to be a bit too tight.
All right. So tight is a word we use when something is too small. It's hard to move if something is too tight.
So maybe if the pants are too small, they might be too tight.
Yeah. And we often say this, especially to girls. My mom used to say this. Oh no, you're not wearing that skirt. It's too tight. You can see your body underneath.
Okay. So actually the opposite would be loose if something's too big.
Too big. If it's too big, it's loose. If it's too small, it's tight.
Okay. Now, if it's not too big and not too small, then that means it fits.
It fits. That's right. So I could say, I think I want to buy this pair of jeans. It fits very well.
So if the pants or the pair of jeans fit, it means they are okay for you. They're not too big, not too small.
They're comfortable.
Comfortable. And in this case, she said that they fit perfectly because they show off her curves. Now, what is she talking about, my curves?
Well, a curve is something that's not straight. It bends. But when we're talking about a person's curves, we're talking about maybe a woman's hips or her behind, her rear end, or her chest. And so women who have curves maybe are rounder, not flat.
Okay. So it's something that usually you would use with girls, right? That, a girl has nice curves. You wouldn't really say that for a guy, I think.
No, guys, you don't really talk about curves. But with girls, usually you can see someone's curves if she wears tight clothes.
Okay, very good. So why don't we take a break? Let's review all this vocab and we'll be back in a bit with Fluency Builder.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, now it's time for 3 phrases. Let's take a look at those on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, so we heard this phrase here, I'm afraid, and it means something maybe different from what you've heard before. So the shopkeeper said, I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
That's right. So when you start a sentence like this, you're basically apologizing a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's like saying, I'm sorry, I don't think we have size 8s left.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I go into the store and I say, well, I would like some chocolate milk, please.
And I say, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we ran out of chocolate milk.
I'm afraid we ran out. So this means it's too bad or unfortunately, we don't have any.
That's right. So it's not the same being afraid like you're scared.
No, it's not that afraid. It's a polite way for usually a shopkeeper to say, I'm sorry, we can't help you.
Okay. So going back to curves, the girl used this interesting phrasal verb there to show off.
All right, so we know the word to show, but to show something off, to show off, means to display or exhibit. It's almost like you want other people to look at you.
Okay, so if I guess maybe you can see it on the street if someone is in their car and they're playing loud music, kind of drawing attention to their car. They're kind of showing off their car. They want you to see their car or just hear how great sound system they have.
That's right. Or some women will wear very, very short skirts because they want to show off their long legs.
That's right. All right, but now something that you don't really want to show off are your love handles.
All right. Now, this is a very funny phrase. It's actually something we say in spoken English that if you say it to someone else might be very rude. Love handles are the part of your body above your waist that if you have a little fat, it's like they're squishy. You can touch them.
Right. So just think about how maybe people that are a little bit overweight, they put on a pair of pants. And on their sides, in their waist, the extra skin that kind of is around the pants, that's called love handles.
And we say love handles because when someone hugs you or they want to hold you, that's where they put their hands. There's extra to hold on to.
Right. I think sometimes they're even they may be called like tires or something like this.
Well, spare tire is in the front. It's near your belly.
All right. So that's called a spare tire.
That's right. So spare tire is in the front. It's a belly. Normally when people drink a lot of beer, very often they have a spare tire. But this is actually, love handles are on the sides. But that's our last word today. Let's remember that it's not something you want to go around telling people they have, but you can joke with your friends about it.
Right. Exactly. All right. So let's listen to the dialogue one last time.
Excuse me, can I try on this pair of jeans?
Sure, let me see. I'm afraid we don't have any size 8s left.
What are you talking about? I'm always a size 4. Here, I'll try these.
They seem a bit too tight. Shall I find you a larger size?
No, they fit fine. They show off my curves perfectly.
Yeah, your love handles. They sure do. Although, here, you forgot to close this button.
Yeah, right. I'll do it now.
All right, so speaking about pants, I've noticed something that the girl asked for a size 4, but she really was a size 8. So how does this work? Because as guys, we don't have size 4s, 5 or 1s or anything. We you buy a pair of jeans, you say size 32 in the waist and size 30 in length or something like this.
So that's right. Men's clothes usually indicate the size of your waist. So 32 is a 32-inch waist. But women's clothes don't have those measurements. And I sometimes think it would be better if we did, because it's very hard. Some stores have size 4, which is one size, but if you go to another store, it's very different. So you always have to try on these clothes. But normally in America, the sizes go from 0, which is the very, very smallest, to 14 or 16, which is the largest.
Okay.
A normal size for most women would be an 8. I think an 8 or a 10.
And now, obviously, this depends on the countries, because, like, for example, being in Asia, in China, the women are usually a little bit thinner or smaller. So it's harder, I think, it's harder to actually have this universal form of measurements for girls.
That's right. So in the back of your pants, for example, there'll usually be some fabric, and it will say the size according to different countries. In America, size 6, in China, size, 28. And so they'll have the different numbers, and UK is also a different size.
Kind of like your shoes. If you look inside your shoe, it'll say, I think, a Japanese size, the UK size, which is like 41, 42, and the USA size, which is like size 8 or 9.
Size 8, yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very interesting, especially when you're buying clothes. You have to remember what size you are, and you have to ask the person to let you try it on, because some things I know you can try on, right?
That's right. And in some stores, you have to ask for help to take things off the racks, so it can be very difficult. But normally, if you say, hey, can I try this on, the shopkeeper will help you.
Okay, great stuff. And of course, if you have any questions or you want to comment on this lesson or any of our lessons, you can find us at englishpod.com.
We hope to see you all there.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and we're going shopping today at English Pod.
That's right. Today we are going to the store because we want to return a product. So maybe the product that we bought had some problem, and we want our money back.
That's right. So let's take a listen to today's dialogue, and we'll be back in a moment to talk more about what's going on.
Hi. I would like to return this TV.
Sure. Do you have a receipt?
Yeah, here you go. Actually, I also want to return this keyboard.
Okay. May I ask what the reason for returning these products is?
The TV flickers a lot when I am watching a movie, and at times the image is not very clear.
I see. And what about the keyboard?
I spilled some coffee on it, and now it won't work.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we can only exchange or refund defective products. We cannot take responsibility for misuse or damages.
Fine. I don't know why they make these things so delicate anyways.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some of those keywords on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So we've got a great bunch of words for you here today. The first 3 are nouns, and then afterwards we've got a couple of adjectives to describe those nouns. But first up, we have the word receipt.
That's right. So we want to return the television, and the worker there asks us if we have the receipt.
Okay, a receipt is a small piece of paper that you receive from a clerk or a server after you buy something. So if I buy a TV, I will have this small piece of paper that says that I paid $500 for the TV.
That's right. So usually they will ask you for the receipt to see when you bought the product and if you bought the product at that store.
That's right. So the receipt has all sorts of information, date, time, method of payment, cost, all those things.
Right.
And it's very important if you ever want to return something. Now, later on in the dialogue, the character explains why he wants to return the TV. Now, Marco, why does he want to do that?
Well, he has a problem with the TV when he's watching a movie. Basically, the image is not very clear. So this is the keyword image.
So image can mean a couple of different things. You might hear the word image to mean a photograph or a picture like on a computer. But in this case, the image is how well you can see the images on TV, the things on TV.
That's right. So on TV, it's like you're seeing many, many images all at once or very rapidly together. So maybe if you can't see clearly, you say that the image is not clear on the TV.
All right. So if it's fuzzy, like there's gray and black, the image is not clear. You can also say that, I really like my new TV. The image is very clear.
That's right. Okay. And not only are we returning a TV, but we're also returning a keyboard.
All right. A keyboard. A key is something that you can push. But a keyboard is this thing that you use with your computer to type words.
That's right. So many of you who are using the website as we speak are using a keyboard and a mouse. So these are probably one of the two most well-known objects when you're using a computer.
That's right. And keyboards come in many different shapes and sizes. You can buy French keyboards and Russian keyboards. So keyboard is the general word for this tool.
Okay. So we are returning the keyboard and the clerk explains that we can only return it if it is defective, if the product is defective.
All right, so this is one of those adjectives I talked about a minute ago. Adjectives describe things. So my keyboard is defective or this TV is defective. That means it doesn't work.
That's right. So we have a defective product. It's not working properly. It has some problem. And, well, the guy was complaining that he didn't understand why these things, like the keyboard, are so delicate.
All right, delicate is something you might see written on the side of a box when you receive a package. Something that is delicate breaks very easily.
That's right, so you have to handle with care. So, for example, glass is very delicate. It can break easily.
All right, glass is delicate, but stones, a big rock, that's not delicate.
That's right. All right, so that's all we have for language takeaway. Let's review everything and listen to our dialogue.
Hi, I would like to return this TV.
Sure. Do you have a receipt?
Yeah, here you go. Actually, I also want to return this keyboard.
Okay. May I ask what the reason for returning these products is?
The TV flickers a lot when I am watching a movie, and at times the image is not very clear.
I see. And what about the keyboard?
I spilled some coffee on it, and now it won't work.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we can only exchange or refund defective products. We cannot take responsibility for misuse or damages.
Fine. I don't know why they make these things so delicate anyways.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at a couple of phrases we've picked out, 4 to be exact, on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
The first verb we have today here in Fluency Builder is the main verb in today's dialogue, to return. So I would like to return this TV.
Okay, so when you want to give back a product, you don't say, I want to give back or anything like this. You say, I want to return this product.
Well, it's not just giving back. It's giving back and getting your money back.
That's right.
So to return means that you bring back the product and the store will give you back your money.
That's right. And he wanted to return the TV, as we mentioned, because the image was not very clear. But he also mentioned that the TV flickers a lot. So what is this, to flicker?
To flicker is another verb. And flicker is something that things with light do. The light flickers, the TV flickers. It means the light comes on and off, on and off, on and off. So dark light, dark light. It's not very steady. It's not like there's light or
Right.
dark. And so this is very annoying when you're watching TV because it goes light, dark, and it's hard to see what's happening.
Exactly. So it's basically, just imagine someone is turning on and off the light all the time. That's the same thing that's happening with the TV. It flickers.
Exactly. Or like when a light bulb in your lamp, when a light bulb is dying, it flickers.
That's right. All right, so we wanted to actually return these goods, and the clerk explained that we can exchange or we can refund defective products.
Okay, these are two important verbs. Exchange means to trade one thing for another.
Right.
So when I go to a foreign country, I exchange money, right? I can exchange Japanese yen for American dollars.
Right.
But at a store, like an electronics store, I can exchange my TV that I don't like for maybe a really good MP3 player or something like that.
So that's what happens usually if maybe your TV is broken or it had some problem. You exchange it for a new one, right? So, but maybe you don't want the TV anymore. Maybe you changed your mind, so you want to get a refund.
So refund, you hear this word fund, it has to do with money. A refund means that the store will give you all your money back. So if I refund my TV, I give my TV to the store gives me $500 or whatever the money for the TV was, and I can buy anything else anywhere else.
That's right. So this is what happens when you get a refund. Very different from exchanging the goods. And finally, the clerk explained that they cannot take responsibility for misuse or damages.
So remember this as a phrase. This is really important to take responsibility. It means that if something goes wrong, you will take responsibility for it. You will handle it. All right. So for example, the store says that it can't take responsibility if something is broken. That means that they won't pay you back money.
That's right. So if you buy a TV and you accidentally get it wet or you get water inside and this is why it gets damaged, then the store cannot take responsibility for this damage.
Or you could say it the other way around. You could say, if you're at the office and you make a mistake on a report, you say, listen, boss, I'm really sorry. I take full responsibility for this mistake. You can, punish me or you can make me do it again.
Right.
But I take responsibility means that I say it's my fault.
Right. You're guilty. All right. So that's all we have for Fluency Builder. Let's listen to our dialogue one last time and we can review everything we've just learned.
Hi, I would like to return this TV.
Sure. Do you have a receipt?
Yeah, here you go. Actually, I also want to return this keyboard.
Okay. May I ask what the reason for returning these products is?
The TV flickers a lot when I am watching a movie, and at times the image is not very clear.
I see. And what about the keyboard?
I spilled some coffee on it, and now it won't work.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we can only exchange or refund defective products. We cannot take responsibility for misuse or damages.
Fine. I don't know why they make these things so delicate anyways.
So returning goods is a very useful thing. If you maybe bought a TV at a department store or an electronics store, then you would want to return it if you had some problems. Now, how easy or difficult is it to do? Because in theory, in the dialogue, it seems like it's really easy.
It depends on the store, of course. So some stores make it easier to do this. Some stores make it harder. I can tell you in most stores, if you don't have a receipt, it's probably very difficult.
Really?
Yes. But a lot of stores have something else that they sell you or give you when you buy something. It's called a warranty. And this is something that will help protect you if you take the TV home and you have a problem.
Right.
That means that they will come fix it or they will give you a new one without any questions about what happened.
Now, not only can you return goods such as TVs, electronics, or maybe clothes, but in some cases also things that you buy at the supermarket, like maybe chicken. I've heard that maybe sometimes you buy chicken and you open it up that same day and it's gone bad.
Really? I've never had that experience, but I think it makes sense. It depends where you buy it, of course. But
Right, obviously at a supermarket and you show the receipt, or maybe milk, maybe that's gone bad sometimes, or yogurt.
Well, because they probably shouldn't sell it if it's bad.
Exactly.
So if you tell them that they sold you bad milk, they'll give you a new one.
Exactly.
So that's called an exchange. You would exchange the bad one for the good one.
Right. You wouldn't get your money back.
No, maybe not, maybe.
All right. So that's all the time we have for today. But this is actually a very interesting topic because it has to do a lot with customer service. So let us know what your experience is with customer service, with returning something. Is it very easy, very difficult? Maybe some stores don't even accept returns. They say once you buy it, you cannot return it.
All sales final.
Yeah, exactly.
So let us know, are refunds or exchanges common where you come from? And have you ever had a bad experience where you bought something and it didn't work when you got home? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're going to a very special place, Marco, a place where men and women alike, but usually women are associated with it. Anyway, these women like to go. What is this place we're going to?
That's right. Today we are going to a beauty spa.
All right, so let's check that out in today's vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so this place, a beauty spa, it's interesting because it's not just a normal spa. It's a particular spa where you get treated for some things.
That's right. So a beauty spa is a place where you go to feel good. So women and men like to have their nails and their faces and their skin taken care of, maybe their makeup and hair as well. So it's not just a place where you maybe go for a massage, but you get a lot of other services that make your skin nice, make you look and feel good.
All right, so that's where we're going today. We're going to go to a beauty spa, and we're going to talk about all the different things that you can do there. So let's listen to our dialogue for the very first time.
You want to go get a facial with me today?
Dude, what are you talking about? Only girls do that.
Not at all. Guys also get facials, manicures, and pedicures. There's nothing wrong with looking after your skin and looking good.
True. So what should they do to you at your beauty spa?
Well, first they exfoliate my face, getting rid of all the dead skin. Then I get a face mask with nutrients that keep my skin healthy and young. Afterwards, they apply some moisturizer and you leave feeling like $1,000,000.
That doesn't really sound like something I would be interested in. In any case, I just wash my face every night and use sunscreen during the day.
Well, you should come with me one day. I'm sure you'll love it.
No.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
Got a lot of great phrases and words in language takeaway today. The first one, though, is from the very first line of dialogue. You want to go get a facial with me today?
That's right. We are asking our friend if he wants to go with us to go get a facial. Now, what exactly does it mean to get a facial?
All right, a facial here is a thing, in this case, a service that we would pay for. And basically, a facial is just a skincare treatment or a treatment for your face. So maybe you'll get some cream and cleansing and, in the advertisements, you often see someone getting a facial with like cucumbers on their eyes. And so it's just a way to make your skin feel really good.
Okay, particularly on your face.
Yes, your face. And the verb here is to get. So I'm going to get a facial, or I got a facial yesterday.
Okay, very good. Now, we apart from getting a facial, getting a special treatment on your face, you can also get a manicure and a pedicure.
That's right. So manicure, pedicure, these we're going to keep together because they're very similar, but they're a little bit different. Manicure, that means something to do with the hands. So manicure is actually when you have your fingernails kind of cleaned and taken care of, and then they will apply some paint, so nail polish. So basically having your nails treated and then colored.
Okay, and then pedicure, I imagine, is the same thing, but for your feet.
That's right. Pedi refers to feet. So pedicure is the same treatment, the same service, but for your toes. And in this case, you'd have very, nice nail polish on your toes.
All right. Now, going back to skin treatment, because, manicure and pedicure are for your fingernails and for your hands and feet, we are talking about getting your face exfoliated, or he says, first they exfoliate my face.
So exfoliate, you think X means taking something away. In this case, to exfoliate means to take the dead skin away. Mm-hmm. And sometimes this can be a little bit painful because you think at first you have some dry skin, some dead skin. They have to take it away. They have to use something rough. Mm-hmm. You can do it on your feet as well. But when they exfoliate your face, they use some kind of cleanser or some kind of maybe sponge to clear the dead skin. And then afterwards, you have the fresh new skin, and it's very smooth and nice looking.
Okay, so that's what it means to exfoliate the skin. It can be on your face, your feet, pretty much anywhere on your body. And lastly, we also are just using sunscreen during the day to protect our skin and to keep it healthy.
That's right. So sunscreen is a kind of cream. Do you use sunscreen, Marco?
No.
No, you don't have
never.
to. I often use sunscreen because I'm very, very pale. And so when I go in the sun, maybe at the beach, it's very easy for me to burn my skin, to turn red. And so sunscreen helps me protect my skin.
So that's exactly what it does. Sunscreen is a specific type of lotion that you put on your skin, and it prevents you from getting sunburns or from getting or from darkening your skin.
That's right. So those are the words we have relating to skincare and some of these services at the beauty spa. But we've got some more phrases for you. So let's first listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be back in a moment.
You want to go get a facial with me today?
Dude, what are you talking about? Only girls do that.
Not at all. Guys also get facials, manicures, and pedicures. There's nothing wrong with looking after your skin and looking good.
True. So what should they do to you at your beauty spa?
Well, first they exfoliate my face, getting rid of all the dead skin. Then I get a face mask with nutrients that keep my skin healthy and young. Afterwards, they apply some moisturizer and you leave feeling like $1,000,000.
That doesn't really sound like something I would be interested in. In any case, I just wash my face every night and use sunscreen during the day.
Well, you should come with me one day. I'm sure you'll love it.
No.
All right, so now it's time for some Fluency Builder. Let's check out 3 key phrases.
Fluency builder.
So we've got this first phrase here, not at all. So one person says, only girls go to the beauty spa. And what does the other person say?
Right, he says, no, not at all. Not at all. So basically he's responding by saying, no, that's not true. Now, you could have said no, but why do you say not at all?
You could say no, but no is almost rude. Not at all is a way to say, actually, in reality, this is different. So it's a more polite way of disagreeing with what the person just said.
Okay, so you can say, no, not at all. I guess you can say both, right? Not at all, or together. No, not at all.
No, not at all. You could say, women don't like to watch football.
And you can say, oh, not at all.
You could say, only men like to watch football.
Right. And then if I disagree, or you say, actually, I can say, no, not at all. Actually, girls like to watch football as well.
That's right.
Okay, so now continuing on with the skincare topic, we saw this interesting verb, to apply some moisturizer. So the verb here is to apply something on your skin.
All right, so the verb to apply means to put on, okay, or to use. And this is a verb we often use with beauty care products, like apply the shampoo to your head, or apply some fingernail polish. Means that you're going to put it on yourself.
Right. So when we say apply some moisturizer is to use moisturizer.
Yeah, to put it on your skin. Like I apply my makeup, that means I put the makeup on my skin. So in this case, moisturizer is a great cream that we use when our skin is dry and we want it to be more healthy. We want it to be less dry, and we add this.
Okay. And lastly, after you exfoliate, you apply moisturizer, you do everything, he says that you leave the beauty salon feeling like $1 million.
All right, to feel like $1 million, this is a phrase that we often use to say you feel wonderful.
You feel great.
You feel really good. And so this is the main reason to go to the beauty spa, right, Marco?
Right. So you go there because you want to feel like $1 million. So you feel very, very, very good.
Sometimes when I buy a new outfit and I try it on, I'm really excited. I say, oh, I feel like $1 million.
So I guess the other form of this word will actually be you look like $1 million. Someone can look like $1 million.
Exactly. So I see my friend coming from the beauty spa and I say, wow, you look like $1 million. You look great.
All right. So let's listen to our dialogue one last time. Let's review everything and we'll be back in a bit.
You want to go get a facial with me today?
Dude, what are you talking about? Only girls do that.
Not at all. Guys also get facials, manicures, and pedicures. There's nothing wrong with looking after your skin and looking good.
True. So what do they do to you at your beauty spa?
Well, first they exfoliate my face, getting rid of all the dead skin. Then I get a face mask with nutrients that keep my skin healthy and young. Afterwards, they apply some moisturizer and you leave feeling like $1 million.
That doesn't really sound like something I would be interested in. In any case, I just wash my face every night and use sunscreen during the day.
Well, you should come with me one day. I'm sure you'll love it.
No.
All right, so facials, this sort of thing is commonly mostly associated with women, but as we saw in the dialogue, more and more men are actually taking care of their skin and their appearance.
That's right. So while this might have been traditionally a woman's event, going to the spa, having a girls' day at the spa, you're right, Marco. A lot of men like to do this. Just because you get a manicure doesn't mean you have to have pink fingernails. You can actually just have your nails taken care of and cleaned and cut and your cuticles taken care of. So it feels really nice.
That's right. Actually, it's a common new trend that we've even heard in the news about. And the term that men are labeled with when they take excessive care of their skin and their appearance, they say they're metrosexuals.
Metrosexual.
Right.
Now, this is a man who, like you say, likes to dress nicely, takes care of his hair, has nice skin. Someone who really takes care of their body. And it's different from being a homosexual, for example, where maybe that's a stereotype that we have, where we say, oh, well, some people who are homosexual like to dress very well and take care of their skin. Metrosexual people, men, are straight. They're not gay, but they still like to do these things, to go to the spa or to take care of their appearances.
Right. So it's a very interesting topic, specifically nowadays, where this type of thing is more and more common, and yet still in many places and cultures it's very much taboo. Obviously, being a manly man associated with that is, you don't really take care of your appearance. You wake up and you still look kind of messy and
half asleep,
or guy has scars and beards and stuff, so you don't really associate it much. But it's very interesting to see these types of different cultural aspects. So we would like to know if in your culture, your country, this is a common practice. Is it acceptable, or is it very, very rare?
And if you go to the beauty spa, whether you're a man or a woman, what's your favorite service? Do you like the facials? Do you like the pedicures? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
They provide an escape from reality, even if it's just for a couple of hours.
That's why I love them so much. They allow us to dream and believe in the impossible.
Erica, it's been great getting to know you.